Colorado is up front off a 32 and 1/5 quarter mile. Camp Colorado the leader. Second, that's Salzbrook Fancy, and on the outside from third is Salzbrook Lynn. The trailer fourth is Bugtown Victoria. So the pace is going to have to pick up, even though we've got a trotter on the front end as they move towards the half mile. Camp Colorado the leader. Salzbrook Lynn now is underway second, racing from third. That's Salzbrook Fancy, and trailing the field is Bugtown Victoria. The opening half mile in 1:05. They'll race around the turn now, going to the 5/8. It's Camp Colorado the leader. Second, along the rails, Salzbrook Fancy. Salzbrook Lynn outside of third. Then the fourth one is Bugtown Victoria. The 3/4 comes next, and the trotter has a 2-length lead. And he is Camp Colorado with a 1/4 of a mile to go. Salzbrook Lynn is picked up second. Then third is Salzbrook Fancy. And the trailer in fourth, Bugtown Victoria. 1:35 and 4 was the 3/4 time. Now with an 1/8 left to go, Camp Colorado turning home. Salzbrook Lynn second. Third is Salzbrook Fancy. And the fourth one, Bugtown Victoria. They land on the line next, and the trotter will get there. Camp Colorado and Calderas. Salzbrook Lynn second. Third, that is Salzbrook Fancy. And the time for the mile, 2:06. Results of the qualifier: Salzbrook Fancy third, Bugtown Victoria fourth. Salzbrook Lynn was second, Camp Colorado the winner. 32 and 1, 1:05, 1:35 and 4, 2:06. In review, 3-4, 2-1.
Testing from the broadcast desk. Test 1, 2, 3. This is a mic check from the broadcast desk. 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3 from the broadcast desk. This is a mic check. 1, 2, 3 from the broadcast desk. Here comes the slow-mo replay from tonight's 12th race, and I'll tell you what, folks, that mare's
come. Post time. Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway on a Tuesday night. 14 races on tap for you here tonight. Good evening, everyone. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. The feature race tonight comes up in race number 7, midway through the card. We also have the Plain Jane retirement pace tonight in race number 9. But we'll look at the feature in race 7 tonight with 5 starters going behind the gate. Man Terrier with David Dowling, Windblown with Paul Angel, House Hedge Hanover 3 with Brodie McPhee, Sobble Attack 4 with Kenny Murphy, and Starship Glide rounds out the field from post 5 with Adam Murner. Going to be a great night for harness racing here tonight at Red Shores in Summerside. We have some program and equipment changes. You've got a sharp pencil and lots of ink in your pen, Vance. Up to you for the program and equipment changes.
Absolutely, Mr. Skierman. I don't think I've ever called a 14-race program where we had changes in every one of the 14. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway. For tonight's racing program, event number 22 of the meeting, fast track conditions, 20 degrees Celsius the temperature. At this time in Summerside, the track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Province's Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge, Mr. Kent Butler. The associate judges are Mr. Robbie Shaw and Mr. Gary Devine. Now here tonight's program and equipment changes. In the first race, number 7, Sweet Sylvia, the driver will be Norris Rogers. Race 1, number 7, Sweet Sylvia, Norris Rogers drives. Turning over to race number 2, the 1 entry, Back River Jade, going from blind bridle to blinkers. Going over to race number 3. Third race, number 3, Red Dirt Nellabella. Make the driver Brodie McPhee. Brodie McPhee now driving Red Dirt Nellabella in the third. Turning over to race number 4. In the fourth, number 5, Jack Ryan is adding knee boots. Number 6, Twin Turbo Diesel. The driver tonight, Adam Murner. Adam Murner on number 6, Twin Turbo Diesel in the fourth. Turning over to race number 5, featuring the Super High 5. In the fifth race, number 4, It's Model Time. The driver is Brodie McPhee. Brodie McPhee now drives number 4, It's Model Time in the fifth. Turning over to race number 6. The 1 entry, Get Home Terry, will be driven by Ryan DeRoche. Ryan DeRoche now driving Get Home Terry in the 6th. Turning over to race number 7, the evening's featured preferred. Number 4, Sobble Attack. The driver will be Corey McPherson. Corey McPherson on 4, Sobble Attack in the 7th. Turning over to race number 8, number 6, Sporty Spice, will be driven by Corey McPherson. Corey McPherson on 6, Sporty Spice in the 8th. Going over to race number 9, the 5 entry, Brookdale Jim, will be driven by Brady Sweet. Brady Sweet now driving 5, Brookdale Jim in the 9th, the happy retirement, Plain Jane pace. Turning over to race 10. In the 10th race, scratch number 4, Jackie Pang, he will not go. Race 10, scratch the 4 entry, Jackie Pang. Turning over to race number 11. In the 11th race, 6, Princess Halo, driven tonight by Ryan DeRoche. Ryan DeRoche now the driver on 6, Princess Halo in the 11th. Turning over to race number 12. 12th race, number 3, Hands Off, Nose In, will be driven by Corey McPherson. Corey McPherson driving 3, Hands Off, Nose In the 12th. Also in race number 12, the 7-entry Wizard. From a Burr head pole inside to a Burr line pole outside. Turning over to race number 13. In the 13th, number 1, Watchmaker, adding pull-out earplugs. Turning over to race number 14, tonight's finale. In the 14th, number 4, American Risk, going from a blind bridle to blinkers. Number 8, Almost There Boss. The driver will be Kyle DeRoche. Kyle DeRoche now in number 8, Almost There Boss, in the 14th. That's going to wrap up the changes on tonight's racing program. The Par Mutual wickets are open and selling. First race post time set for 6 o'clock. That leaves you 23 minutes to make your race 1 decisions.
Race Day Live continues from Summerside, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. Now, back to Race Day Live.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Tuesday night. 14 races on tap for you here tonight. The Plain Jane Retirement Pace comes up in race number 9 tonight with Fout on the rail. McLan from post 2. Well Did is 3. Louis the Great 4. Brookdale Jim is 5. Driver change to Brady Sweet. JJ Patrick will leave 6. Hunger Pang 7. Acrobat Hanover is 8. And Bold and Bad rounds out the field from post 9. We have a race here of Plain Jane's. It's from November the 1st, 2021, right here at Summerside Raceway. She makes a break prior to leaving the starting gate, but recovers to win the race. Let's have a look from the half.
Midway point, led by Elm Grove Mistress. Lions Jenny Lee tracking along in the 2-hole. Racing from third, up on the outside, Plain Jane opening half mile in 58 and 3 over to the 5/8 pole. The leader, Elm Grove Mistress. Plain Jane has made up a ton of ground here, moving it second on the outside. Lions Jenny Lee is third. Joe's Beauty, the long shot, is there fourth. She's Magic in fifth. Fudge Pod is sixth. Trailing the field, Le'Veon Rose. 3/4 in the books in 1:28 and 2. Approaching the 7/8. Plain Jane strikes the lead, turning for home. Elm Grove Mistress now second. Joe's Beauty looking for a colossal upset. Lions Jenny Lee up the rail. Deep stretch. Now, what a performance by Plain Jane. And Mark Campbell gets the quadruple. Time for the mile. 1:58.2.
Yeah, 1:58 and 2 after recovering from making a break. Mark Campbell was in the bike. How she got her name, it was Faith Gavin's favorite song at the time, Plain Jane. Faith loved the song, and it fit the madam's name, Ruthie Jane. Some shout-outs to people who were special to Plain Jane and the Gavin family. Photographer Don McGuinness, who captured so many great photos of Plain Jane. Chucky and Tisha Symes, who the Gavin family bought Plain Jane's mother from. Faith Mitchin, her biggest fan from Newfoundland. Faith was always cheering her on when she was racing. Also a big thank you to Greg Porter and Mary Lou Firth Irving. We'll have more on Plain Jane later in the broadcast with her retirement race coming up in race number 9 tonight. And there's a shot of the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam on your screen right now. You're seeing that I'm going with a 1:29 in tonight's opener. Post time picks at 9, 2, and 1. Classifiers choices 9, 2, and 6 in the opener in 12 minutes.
Evening's first race on parade. Brookdale George won on by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Paul Angel. Leaving Bruises 2 on by Basil Hunter and Douglas Molyneux of Stratford. Basil trains, Brady Sweet drives. 3 is Wild River Coyote, owned by Corey and Laura Walsh of Springton, trained by Nick Oakes, Corey McPherson. Red Dirt Diamond is 4. Dina Clove, New Haven is the owner and the trainer. Brett Clough drives. 5, Bet the Bull, owned by Martin Keffer of Elmwood, Ontario, trained by James Barlow, Robbie Chappell up. James Rains, number 6, Jacob Sweet Valeri is the owner, trainer, and driver. 7 is Sweet Sylvia, owned and trained by Sylvia Hall Andrews of Nanaimo, British Columbia. Norris Rogers now drives. Dolly Sky, number 8, owned by Vance McMillan of West Cape. Kyle DeRoche trains and drives. 9 is Starship Zodiac, owned by Robbie Williams of Poplar Grove and Reese Williams of Ellerslie. Robbie does the training, driven by David Dowling. Only 2 minutes to post time. Welcome to Red Shores, Summerside, in our first Tuesday night card of September. Rocky Skierman is at the HBI broadcast desk and has the Red Shores wagering menu for tonight's 14- presentation.
Red Shores Racing has a full menu of wagering options for the 2025 racing season. Customers can play the I'll Pick 5 with the $2,000 guaranteed pool, 2 super high fives, and a new late pick 4 with a $1,000 guaranteed pool. The I'll Pick 5, super high 5, and late pick 4 feature an industry low 15% takeout. Let's head out to the track for this evening's opener. First half of the daily double. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show. And it is the start of the 20-cent guaranteed I'll Pick 5. Landing on the rail sitter in here, Brookdale George. 4-year-old bay gelding by Always Be Mickey for Doug Polly and Doug Polly Jr. of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Phil Sizer is the trainer with Paul Angel in the driver's seat. Last start was here on September the 1st. Left from post 8 and finished 4th. 159-3, 29-4 on the end of it. Just 4 starts on the season, still looking for that first win. Could be tonight. On the rail is Brookdale George with Paul Angel, your current choice at 1-9. And there we get a peek at the 2, Leavin' Bruises. 6-year-old bay gelding by Believe in Bruiser for Basil Hunter and Douglas Molyneux. Basil Hunter trains in Brady Sweet in the bike. Started at Charlottetown September the 6th. Left from 5 and finished 7th. Race timed 1:58.1, 29 seconds flat on the end of it. Another one still looking for that first win of 2025. Has a real shot to do it tonight in this one too. That's the 2, Leavin' Bruises with Brady Sweet at 10-1. And there's a look at the 9. In the back tier is Starship Zodiac, 6-year-old bay gelding by Control the Moment for Robbie Williams and Reese Williams. Robbie trains with David Dowling in the bike. Started here on Monday, September 1st. Left from 7, finished 7. Race time 2 minutes 3/5, 30 seconds flat. On the end of it, here's another one, folks, looking for the first win of 2025. There's only one horse in this race that does have a win this season, and that's the 6, James Rains. So Starship Zodiac in the back tier with David Dowling. Right now, 3-1. Tonight's first race has a field of 9. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starter gate. Beautiful Tuesday night, Vance Cameron, up to you for the call.
Brookdale George, Leaving Bruises, Wild River Coyote, Red Dirt Diamond, Bet the Bull, James Rain, Sweet Sylvie, and Dolly Sky up front. Have a trailer to open it up, Starship Zodiac. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing, Leaving Bruises, Brookdale George, Wild River Coyote, Starship Zodiac, fourth into the turn, coming into fifth. That is Bet the Bull. Then a racing from six as they round the turn towards the rail, Red Dirt Diamond. On the outside, seventh is James Rains. Then eighth on the backstretch, going to that opening quarter, is Sweet Sylvia. Then the trailer, ninth, Dolly Sky. So we've got early movement on the front end. Here comes Starship Zodiac for Dowling to take over. More movement as Langell right lines Brookdale George up and after the leader, off at 28. And 4 opener. Here's Brookdale George now to take over that lead. Second is Starship Zodiac. Leaving Bruises is there at the rail. Third, racing fourth, Wild River Coyote. Bet the Bulls in fifth. Red Dirt Diamond sixth. James Rain seventh. Then it's Sweet Sylvia, and on the outside ninth, that's Dolly Sky. They're at the midway point in the opener. Brookdale George sent off as the post-time favorite. 57 seconds flat was the half. Down to 3/8 to go, and on the front end, Brookdale George the leader on Starship Zodiac. Leaving Bruises third. Here's Bet the Bull up fourth on the outside. Wild River Coyote along the rail fifth. Red Dirt Diamond is sixth with James Rain seventh. Dolly Sky is eighth. Sweet Sylvia ninth. The 3/4 completed. Brookdale George in 1:27 flat. He's the leader around the turn for the final time. Starship Zodiac second, Bet the Bull third, fourth, that's Leaving Bruises, and they're homeward bound now. Brookdale George the leader. On the outside is Starship Zodiac. Leaving Bruises, Red Dirt Diamond on the wire. Brookdale George and Starship Zodiac in a photo finish to open this one up. And the time for the mile in 1:56.4.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's opener. Brookdale George give and go in the front, 28-4, the half in 57, 3/4 in 1:27. Here's the stretch drive. Starship Zodiac pops out of the 2-hole. Didn't see this one coming from this horse, the way this horse been racing lately. But wow, what an effort tonight. Looked to me like he might have got up and got the whole race here in 1:56.4, and yes, he does. That is a new race win record in his first win of the season. Starship Zodiac with David Dowling. Brookdale George in there for second. Red Dirt Diamond is third. 9:14 unofficially in the opener. We'll see Starship Zodiac and David Dowling in the winner's circle next.
Starship Zodiac wins the photo finish in tonight's first race. He's going to the Woodmere Standard Preds winner's circle. Bay facing gelding 6 by Control the Moment from the American Ideal Dam American Chocolate. Owned by Robbie Williams of Poplar Grove and Reese Williams of Ellerslie, bred by Claude Portier. Trained by Robbie Williams and driven to victory by David Dowling. The horse will get his 10th lifetime victory tonight. It's a new pacing record of 156-4. Starship Zodiac in the Tuesday night opener at Summerside.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce shares are now available in our 2025 yearlings. From our Rising Star Stallion, Somewhere Fancy, to the Champion Sire, Malicious. This is your chance to get in on the action with some of the most exciting bloodlines in the Maritimes. Come on out to Windermere Farms and meet the future champions of the 2026 season. To book your viewing and for more details, contact Earl Watts today. Windermere Farms, where Atlantic Canada's champion stallions call home.
Now the official results from the first race: Brookdale George was second, Leaving Bruises fourth, Wild River Coyote was sixth, Red Dirt Diamond third, Bet the Bull fifth, James Rains was seventh, Sweet Sylvia finished ninth, Dolly Sky was eighth, Starship Zodiac the race winner, 28-4, 57, 127. The mile 150, 6-4. From the top, your program reads 246, 357, 981. Starship Zodiac 960 on the nose. The exactor 2090. The triactor at 193.20. Superfactor 167.23.
In the upcoming second race, number 1, Back River Jade, has an equipment change going from a closed bridle to a hood with cups. Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm Rocky Skierman, Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action. Let's talk about the Grand in Your Hand at Red Shores Summerside. The Grand in Your Hand promotion is now underway on live race days at Red Shores Summerside. Customers can enter non-winning tickets into the designated ballot drums for a chance to win the grand prize of $1,000 cash on October the 6th and November the 11th. There will also be weekly prize draws for wagering vouchers. For more information on the Grand in Your Hand promotion, visit Redshores.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming second race. Once again, number 1, Back River J, goes from blinkers, goes from blind bridle to blinkers. I'm going to go with a 4-3-2 in here. Post time picks at 3-2-4. Classifier's choice is 3-4-2 in tonight's second race in 7 minutes.
Maiden Pacers for the second race parade. Back River Jade, one on the Back River Stable of Gould's, Newfoundland, trained by Morgan Shepherd, Colin Shepherd driving. Lady Helena 2 is owned by Blaine Tebow of Kensington, trained by Joe Baxter, Corey McPherson. Graceful Moment 3, owned and trained by Trevor Easter of Morel, Adam Murner drives. Spinelli number 4, owned by Chantel Langell of Montague, Paul Langell trains and drives. La Vie en Belle number 5, owned by Leanne Moyer of Summerside, trained by Mario Macri, Ryan DeRarge. Midnight Love number 6, owned by Elaine Shortliff from Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison, David Dowling. 4 minutes to post time. Rocky returns with a look at the top drivers for Redshores Summerside.
And there are the top drivers thus far, 2025, and it is close. David Dowling, Corey McPherson tied with 37. Mark Campbell right there with 35. Kenny Murphy, who's absent tonight, he's sick, has 30 wins, and Paul Angel close with 29. Those are the top drivers thus far here at Redshores in Summerside. And there's a look at the win photo from tonight's first race. Starship Zodiac beating out Brookdale George. Great photo by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Let's head out to the track for tonight's second race. Exactor 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place, and Show Wagering. Don't forget to tag your ticket for a chance at the Wild Horses jackpot of $25. Landing on the 4, Spinelli, 4-year-old bay mare by Better Than Cheddar. For Chantel Angel of Montague, who's also the breeder, Paul Angel is the trainer and driver. Started at Charlottetown August 28th, left from 7, finished 5th. 159 and 2, 30 and 1 on the end of it. 11 starts on the season, still looking for that maiden win. Could be tonight. The 4, Spinelli with Paul Angel, 5-2. And there's a look at the 3, Graceful Moment, 3-year-old bay filly by Control the Moment for Trevor Easter of Morel, who's also the trainer. Adam Murner gets the drive. Started at Charlottetown August the 28th, left from 6 and finished second. Beat 7 1/4 lengths. Race time 1:58 and 2, 30 seconds flat on the end of it. 6th lifetime start, second of the season for the 3, Graceful Moment with Adam Murner. Your current choice at 4-5. And there's a peek at the 2, Lady Helena, 2-year-old bay filly by Cattle Wash for Blaine Tebow of Kensington. Joe Baxter trains. Corey McPherson will do the driving. Started here August 24th. The Lady Slipper Grassroots from post 4, finished 5th. 2:01 and 3, 31 seconds flat on the end of it. Charlottetown August the 12th, left from 3, finished 5th, just beat 3 lengths. Race time 1:58 and 4, closing quarter 29 and 4. 4th lifetime start for the Cattle Wash filly, Lady Helena from post 2 with Corey McPherson. Good odds, 6-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's second race. Field of 6 in here. Back River Jade and Colin Shepherd at 7-1. Lady Helena, Corey McPherson at 5-1. Graceful Moment with Adam Murner at even money. Spinelli 4 with Paul Angel at 9-5. La Vie en Belle is 5 and Ryan DeRage at 20-1. Rounding out the field is Midnight Love with David Dowling at 5-1. That's the field for tonight's second race. Class of maidens in here. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's second race, Field of Maidens, Field of Six, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's head back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Rail out. Back River Jade, Lady Helena. Graceful Moment, Spinelli. Le'Veon Bell. Midnight Love, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Le'Veon Bell and Graceful Moment leave out. Lady Helena third at the rail, and rough gated into the turn. That's Back River Jade. Now moving into fourth is Spinelli. Fifth is Midnight Love, and now the trailer. That's Back River Jade in sixth. So the quarter pole bound. Graceful Moment for Adam Murner in complete command. Second is Lady Helena racing from third. Le'Veon Bell fourth on the cones. That's Spinelli. Midnight Love goes fifth, and the trailer sixth. Back River Jade on by the first quarter mile in straight alignment. Graceful Moment will have her own way here with the fractions 30 and 2 the quarter. Graceful Moment the leader at the 3/8 in the two-hole. Lady Helena racing from third. As they move off the turn, Le'Veon Bell. Spinelli goes fourth. There goes Midnight Love underway out of the back fifth, and then the trailer sixth. Back River Jade, they're halfway home and under wraps on the front end. Graceful Moment is the midway point leader in 1 minute and 4 consecutive 30 and 2 splits at the 5/8 now. Graceful Moment the leader. First up on the outside, second Midnight Love. Third up the rail, Lady Helena. Then in fourth, Le'Veon Bell. Spinelli on the outside, fifth, and the trailer. Back River Jade sixth. The 3/4 comes next. Graceful Moment getting them there. From the outside, Midnight Love is second. Lady Helena up the rail third. Spinelli has picked up fourth. 1:30 and 2 3/4 of a mile down to an 8 left to go. Graceful Moment wants to take Murner all the way here in the second. Midnight Love is second. Then in third, Lady Helena on the outside. Spinelli fourth on the wire next, going coast to coast tonight. Graceful Moment without a Murner. Second, that's Midnight Love. Spinelli rallied up third on the outside, and the time for the mile in 1:59.2.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's second race. Graceful Moment goes right down the road, 30 and 2, a minute 4, 1:30 and 2 to 3/4, and here's a stretch drive. Looked like Midnight Love was going to give a better account down the stretch here, make it interesting, but Graceful Moment drives off to win in 1:59 and 2. Maiden record, Adam Murner in the bike. We're going to see Graceful Moment and Adam Murner in the Woodmere Standard Bridge winner circle next.
Graceful Moment on her way to the second race winner's circle by pacing filly 3 by Control the Moment from the Dexter Nukes Dam. Grayson Harve, owned and trained by Trevor Easter of Morel, bred by Aaron Wood Equine of Ontario. Adam Murner put the filly on top at every call to a maiden record this night of 159 and 2. Graceful Moment in the second. Ladies and gentlemen, we're experiencing some pari-mutuel technical difficulties here in the second race. We have our technicians working on that problem. Should have it solved momentarily, and we thank you in advance for your patience.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now the official results in the second, Back River Jade was 6th, Lady Helena finished 4th. Graceful Moment the winner, Spinelli 3rd. Le'Veon Bell was 5th. Midnight Love finished 2nd, fractions of 30 and 2, 1 minute 4, 1:30 and 2, and the mild in 1:59 and 2. In review, 641 352. Graceful Moment paid $4. The Exactor 1340, Triactor 2310, Superfecta was 327, and the Early Daily Double 2450.
HPI PEI customers and players across the country receive 10 times the points when playing Red Shore Summerside on Tuesdays in September. For more information on these great offers and to sign up for free, go to hpibet.com. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming third race. Field of 8. There's a shot of the Atlantic Post calls paddock cam. I'm going 725. Post time picks at 264. Classifier's choice is 285 in the third race in 6 minutes.
J.J. Nicky on the third race parade, home with Jamie McKinley, Jeff Lilly, and Blair McLaughlin, trained by Jeff Lilly. Tonight, Paul Langell drives. Gabby Sealster, 2, Corey McPherson in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Claire Sweet, O'Leary. Red Dirt Nellavella, number 3, home by Robin Longiness of Summerside and Ron Kennedy of Granville, trained by Chris Davies. Note the driver changed to Brody McPhee. Animosity 4, Ryan DeRoss drives for owner-trainer Greg McGinnis, Tyne Valley. It's All Good, number 5, owned by Colleen Chappell of Redalbin and Wayne Pike of Summerside. Colleen's the trainer, driven by David Dowling. Singer's Choice 6 is owned, trained, and driven by Jacob Sweet of O'Leary. No Fool Tobago 7 is owned and trained by Garth Cole of Kensington, Brady Sweet aboard. Smiling in Heaven 8, Gary Chappell of Charlottetown owns and drives. Stacy Dara trains. 4 minutes to post time. Rocky has a rundown on the top trainers here at Red Shores Summerside.
There's a look at the top trainers. Earl Watts leads the way with 18 wins. Jennifer Doyle in second with 12. Then it's tied between Jacob Sweet, Phil Sizer, and George Renison, all with 11 wins. Those are the top trainers here at Red Shores Summerside. Let's head out to the track for tonight's third race. Field of 8, Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place, and Show Wagering. Landing on the 7, No Fool Tobago. She's a 4-year-old brown mare by Tobago Case for Garth Cole of Kensington. He is the owner, the trainer, and the breeder. Brady Sweet is in the bike. Started at Charlottetown on September the 4th. Left from post 3, finished 4th. Race time 1:58 and 3, 29 and 1 closing quarter. I look 4 down to that line at Charlottetown Old Home Week on August the 11th. Left from 2 and finished 3rd, just beat a length. Race timed 1:55 and 3, 28 and 3 closing quarter. David Dowling was in the bike. No Fool Tobago, post 7 tonight with Brady Sweet, your current choice at 1-2. And there's a look at the 2, newcomer Gabby Sealster, 3-year-old bay filly by All Bets Off. For Claire Sweet of O'Leary, who's also the trainer. Corey McPherson gets the call to drive. Last start at Rideau Carleton, August the 10th. Left from 2, finished 8th, 157 flat. Start before that, August the 3rd at Rideau Carleton's 5/8 mile track in Ottawa. Left 4, was a winner by half a length. Maiden record 1:58 and 4, 31 and 1 closing quarter. On the 2, Gabby Sealster with Corey McPherson, 5-2. First call, 50-50. Brenda's up here right now in the oval. First call, 50-50. And you can get your sale catalogs in the Atlantic Classic sale in the photo booth located on the north end of the grandstand. There's a look at the 5. It's All Good. 4-year-old bay mare by Pang Shui for Colleen Chappell and Wayne Pike. Colleen trains. David Dowling in the bike. Good start. Her last one here in Summerside on Monday. Left from 5. Finished second. Race time 1:58 and 2. 29 and 1 on the end of it for David Dowling. Still looking for that first win of the season. It's All Good from post 5 with David Dowling. He's looking for a double tonight. And right now they're at 4-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's third race. Number 3, Red Dirt and Alabella. The driver is Brody McPhee. Field of 8 in here. JJ Nicky on the rail with Paul Angel at 8-1. Gabby Sealster, Corey McPherson at 2-1. Red Dirt and Alabella 3 with Brody McPhee at 45-1. 45-1 on the 4 as well. Animosity and Ryan DeRoche. 5, It's All Good with David Dowling at 4-1. Singer's Choice leaves 6 with Jacob Sweet at 22-1. The 7, No Fool Tobago with Brady Sweet at 4-5. And rounding out the field is Smiling in Heaven with Gary Chappell at 10-1. That's the field for tonight's third race. Good luck with your selections. And just to note that the draw for Saturday's doubleheader and for Sunday takes place tomorrow. Overnight horses may be needed to fill the Saturday cards. Other than that, they will have a chance to race on the Sunday program. So the draw is tomorrow for Saturday and Sunday cards at Red Shores in Charlottetown. Tonight's third race has a field of 8. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting 8. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
JJ Nicky, Gabby Sealster, Red Dirt and Ellabella. Animosity, It's All Good. Singer's Choice, No Fool Tobago, Smiling in Heaven on the grandstand side. Third race, there's 8 of them up on the gate. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Off and pacing, all but the one. JJ Nicky's on the run getting out. For the lead, it's Gabby Sealster. Animosity second. Red Dirt Nellabella third. Smiling in Heaven comes up fourth on the outside. Racing from fifth, It's All Good. Then on the turn, Singer's Choice sixth. No Fool Tobago seventh. And off stride at the back, JJ Nicky along the back stretch, now led by Animosity and Ryan DeRoche. On the outside second, that's Smiling in Heaven, and he'll get a chance to drop in. Racing from third is Gabby Sealster, then Red Dirt Nellabella fourth, 28 and 4 the opening quarter. Racing from fifth as they round the turn, It's All Good. Then in sixth, Singer's Choice. Going to the outside from seventh, No Fool Tobago, and the trailer in the backfield, JJ Nicky. They approach the midway point. Animosity getting them halfway home. Here comes the newcomer. Gabby Sealster up and after the leader. Third, Smiling in Heaven. It's All Good is underway in the outside fourth. They were at that opening half mile in 58 and 1. Rounding the turn, arriving at 5-8. Animosity getting them there. Gabby Sealster applying the pressure. Third is Smiling in Heaven. 3 wide, No Fool Tobago. In between horses, It's All Good. Red Dirt and Ellabella is there at the rail. Singer's Choice is coming in between horses. And JJ Nicky trails are well grouped up front in here. Animosity is still there. And it's getting late now. 3/4 and 1. 28 flat. 1/8 of a mile out. Animosity by almost 2. Second is Smiling in Heaven. Gabby Sealster third. It's All Good fourth. Red Dirt and Ellabella fifth. Deep stretch now. Animosity will go all the way in here for Ryan DeRoche. Second, that'll go to Smiling in Heaven. Third is Gabby Sealster. And the time for the mile in 1:58.1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's third race. Animosity goes right down the road tonight for a new record. 28-4, the half in 58 and 1, down to 3/4 in 1:28. Here's the stretch drive. Nobody in sight to get the job done here other than Animosity goes all the way for Ryan DeRoche and Greg McGinnis tonight. That's a new race win record, third career win. 1:58 and 1. In for second, Smiling in Heaven. Gabby Sealster is third, so it's 4:82 unofficially. In the third, we'll see Animosity and Ryan DeRoche in the Woody Beer Standard Reds winner circle next. Correction on tomorrow for the draws at Charlottetown. The declarations are due tomorrow. They're not drawing for all 3 days tomorrow, but the declarations for Saturday and Sunday are due tomorrow at Red Shores, Charlottetown.
Animosity on her way into the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle from the third race. Big pacing filly 3 by Malicious from the Peruvian Hanover Dam, A&G's Creek. Owned and trained by Greg McGinnis of Tyne Valley. Bred by Jeff Hinniger of Nova Scotia. Ryan DeRoche in the driver's seat, guiding her to a new facing record tonight of 158 and 1. Animosity upsets the third.
This race replay on Channel 2 on your in-house monitor is brought to you by Syntrack Print and Graphic Inc. Mention this ad and receive $20 off your first order of 500 or more full-color business cards. Syntrack, 59 Watts Avenue in the Business Park.
Now the official results from the third race: J.J. Nicky was 8th, Gabby Sealster 3rd, Red Dirt Nellabella 6th, Animosity the race winner. It's All Good was 4th, Singer's Choice 5th, No Fool Tobago was 7th, Smilin' in Heaven was 2nd. They went 28 and 4, 58 and 1, 128 and the mile 158 and 1. In review, it's 836. 14572. Animosity paid $34 on the nose. The exactor was the 4 all ticket at $44.90. The triactor honored the ticket 4 all at $25.50, and the superfecta at $186.18.
Got a happy birthday shout out to our classifier. Gerard Smith celebrates a birthday tomorrow, celebrating birthday number, I'm not going to tell you, but happy birthday from all of us, Smitty, here at Red Shores. Red Shore Charlottetown is proud to host the 2025 Atlantic Breeders' Crown Weekend. Friday, October the 10th is the Atlantic Classic Sale at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds with an 11:30 a.m. start time. Saturday is live racing with a 12:30 post time, followed by the awards banquet in the top of the park on Saturday night. Championship Sunday begins with a pancake breakfast at O'Brien's Social Bar and Kitchen, followed by live racing starting at 12:30. Thank you to sponsors McRae's Backhoe and Trucking and the City of Charlottetown. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 4th race as they make their way out of the paddock. Equipment change on number 5, Jack Ryan. Ed's knee boots. Number 6, Twin Turbo Diesel. The driver is Adam Murner. I'm going 3-2-6. Post time picks 3-6-2. Classifier's choice is 3-2-1 in the 4th race in 5 minutes.
Tobin's April Fool. On the fourth race post parade, Jeff Wallace of Elmsdale owns and trains. Brady Sweet drives. 2 is Elm Grove Tux. Dana Sweet of Bloomfield Station owns, trains, and drives. 2 Max 1 Moon, number 3. Owned and trained by Garnet Arnold of Upper Onslow, Nova Scotia. David Dowling drives. Bugtown Nash, number 4. Owned by Adam Walsh of Charlottetown. Trained by Brian Walsh, Robbie Chappell. Jack Ryan, number 5, is owned and trained by Donald Sweet of Larry. Brody McPhee does the driving. Twin Turbo Diesel is 6, owned by Joe Baxter. Marion and Joanne Stewart. Joe does the training. Note the driver change to Adam Murner. 7 is Dusty Lane Bruno, owned by Alexis Gas of Cornwall. Trained by Ronnie Gas, Donnie McNeil. 3 minutes to post time. Just a friendly reminder to our customers, the Red Shores Super High Five comes up in race 5 and returns in the 14th.
Let's head up to the track for tonight's 4th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta. Triactor, win, place, and show. Equipment change on the 5. Jack Ryan adds knee boots tonight. And the 6 Twin Turbo Diesel. The driver is Adam Murner. Landing on the 3, 2 Max 1 Moon. 3-year-old Big Gelding by Bet the Moon for Garnet Arnold of Upper Onslow, Nova Scotia. He's also the trainer. David Dowling looks for a driving double tonight. He is in the bike. Started at Truro September the 5th. Left from post 7 and finished 3rd in the dead heat. Race time 2 minutes 3/5, 31-1. Closing quarter for 2 Max 1 Moon. Still looking for that maiden record. Could be tonight. David Dowling's aboard. 1-9 on the board. And there's a look at the 2, Elm Grove Tux. Another one looking for the maiden record in this class of maidens. 3-year-old Black Gelding by Bet the Moon for Dana Sweet of Bloomfield Station. He's the owner, the trainer, and the driver. Last start was here on September the 1st, Monday, Labor Day. Left from post 6, finished 3rd. 1:59-3, closing quarter 30-1, 15th start of the season for Elm Grove Tux with Dana Sweet from post 2. Good odds, 15-1. And there we see the 6 Twin Turbo Diesel, 3-year-old Big Gelding by Stonebridge Terror for Joe Baxter and Marion and Joanne Stewart. Joe Baxter trains with Adam Murner catch driving tonight. Started here on Monday, September the 1st. Left from post 5, finished 4th. 2:02 flat, 30-3 closing quarter. 10th lifetime start tonight for Twin Turbo Diesel with Adam Murner from post 6. Good odds, 23-1. And don't forget, you can get your Atlantic Classic sale books at the souvenir booth, photo booth, located on the north end of the grandstand. Countdown clock is in for tonight's fourth race, a field of 7. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Tobin's April Fool, Elm Grove Tux, 2 Max 1 Moon, Bugtown Nash, Jack Ryan, Twin Turbo Diesel, Dusty Lane Bruno's on the outside, and they're at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Off and pacing, 2 Max and 1 Moon is headed to the lead. Second is Elm Grove Tux, Bugtown Nash third. Jack Ryan is fourth. Then moving fifth is Twin Turbo Diesel. Away sixth, that is Tobin's April Fool. And the early trailer, that is Dusty Lane Bruno. On the backstretch they go. 2 Max, 1 Moon, the 1-9 chalk will lead it for Dowling. Second is Elm Grove Tux, Bugtown Nash away third. Then in fourth is Jack Ryan. Twin Turbo Diesel is fifth, back into sixth. That's Tobin's April Fool, and trailing the field is Dusty Lane Bruno. 29 seconds flat. Open this one up as they round the paddock turn for the first time. A 2-length lead for 2 Max, 1 Moon en route to the opening half mile. Racing from second is Elm Grove Tux. Bugtown Nash continues third. Jack Ryan is fourth. Twin Turbo Diesel is tipping out from fifth. Into sixth is Dusty Lane Bruno, and now the trailer, that is Tobin's April Fool. They're halfway home now, led by 2 Max, 1 Moon in 58 and 3. Elm Grove Tux is second, racing third. Up from the outside, Twin Turbo Diesel. Bugtown Nash at the rail fourth. Then in fifth, and from the outside, that's Dusty Lane Bruno. Sixth is Jack Ryan, and the trailer, that is on the inside, Tobin's April Fool as they go by 3/4. 2 Max, 1 Moon the leader. Twin Turbo Diesel has picked up second. Elm Grove Tux now third. 3/4 and 1. 28 and 4, and they're homeward bound now. 2 Max, 1 Moon trying to see it through. Twin Turbo Diesel is second. Third is Elm Grove Tux. Dusty Lane Bruno on the far outside. Deep stretch now on the wire. 2 Max. 1 Moon will get there. Twin Turbo Diesel second. Third, Dusty Lane Bruno. And the time for the mile, 1:59.2.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's third race. 2 Max, 1 Moon breaks his maiden tonight. And a nice one right down the road. 29, 58, 3, 128 and 4. Here's the stretch drive. Bugtown Nash gets into the passing lane. Elm Grove Tux is still there. Dusty Lane Bruno and Twin Turbo Diesel goes a big trip tonight. Came first over. He grabs the deuce as 2 Max, 1 Moon gets a maiden record tonight. 1:59 flat. David Dowling doubles up in the bike with Twin Turbo Diesel second. Dusty Lane Bruno in there for third. So it's 3, 6, 7. Unofficially in the fourth, we'll see 2 Max, 1 Moon and David Dowling in the Woodmere Standard Beds winner circle next.
Two Max, 1 Moon on his way to the Winner's Circle from tonight's fourth race, bay facing gelding 3, Babette the Moon off the Mach 3 dam, Jackie and Doreen. Owned and trained by Garnet Arnold from Upper Onslow, Nova Scotia. Bred by Halmack Farms Limited and Wayne McRae. David Dowling guides him to victory and a maiden record of 159-2. And for Dowling, that's his second winner here early on this Tuesday night for the double. 2 Max 1 Moon delivers in the fourth.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Now the official results in the fourth race. Tobin's April Fool was 7th. Elm Grove Chuck's 4th. 2 Max 1 Moon, the race winner. Bugtown Nash was 5th. Jack Ryan finished 6th. Twin Turbo Diesel was 2nd. Dusty Lane Bruno finished 3rd. Fractions of 29, 58-3. 128-4. And the Mild in 159-2. In review, it's 7-4-1. 5-6-2-3. 2 Max 1 Moon 210. The Exactor was $9.50. The Triactor $133, and the Superfecta $35.67.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. David Dowling's already got 2 wins in just 4 races thus far this evening. Let's talk about HPI PEI rewards. Red Shores is pleased to announce HPI PEI rewards for Prince Edward Island customers. You can now play Summerside and Charlottetown live racing and earn points for HPI rewards and convert those points to cash or other exciting offers. Sign up and play the horses through HPIBet.com and the new HPI rewards program for Prince Edward Island. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 5th race. Once again, no Vance Cam again this week, so Vance and I will just be talking about our selections here in a few moments. I'm going with a 6-1-5. Post time picks going 6-5-2. Classifier's choice is 6-5-8 in tonight's 5th race in 6 minutes. And note the driver change on the 4. It's model time. The driver is Brody McPhee.
Thinking of Eddie leads the fifth race post parade on by Tara Perry of Tignish and Brady Sweet of Springfield West. Brady trains and drives. Love Party 2 on by Suzanne McKeegan of Albert Bridge, Nova Scotia, trained by Blaine McKenna, David Dowling. Roll with a Darling 3 on by Shirley O'Brien of Campbellton, Devin Wallace trains and drives. It's Model Time 4, owned by Michelle Noyo of Summerside, trained by Blaine McKenna. Note the driver change to Brody McPhee. The Real Princess 5, owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick, trained by Alan Stevenson, Mike Downey driving. Starship Beauty 6, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, and Kyle Williams of Coleman. Kyle does the training, driven by Paul Angel. Elm Grove Penny 7, owned and trained by Luke Burke of Donaldson, Ryan DeRaj up. Tobin's Future 8, owned and trained by Jason Bigger, and Robin Wilson co-owns a Muscush. Corey McPherson driving. You Bet I'm a Good One, number 9, owned by Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin, and Mark Gallant. Jacob Sweet is the trainer driver. 2 minutes to post time. And Rocky, as you mentioned, no Vans Cam again this card here at the Raceway. We'll thank Results Marketing and Advertising. And I'm looking for the 6 Starship Beauty. Comes in with a 3-race win streak. Back-to-back wins in 56 and 4. I like the one thinking of Eddie. Then I'm going way wide with Tobin's Future for 3rd. Right alongside with Elm Grove Penny for 4th. And the Real Princess 5th. 61875 from the booth. Rocky, your choices.
Well, with the exactors the same, 6 and 1. Then I threw the 5 in there, the Real Princess, with a nice win wire to wire in Woodstock on August 31st for Mike Downey. And then I'm going to go with the 2, Love Party. Shows some good trips on her card and an inside draw. And then I'll go to the far outside with Tobin's Future. So I'm going to go 61528. Vance going 61875. Good luck and get in on the Super High Five.
Updating tonight's 50-50 draw. Right now, $350 going to go to the winner. Still time to get in, but no need to wait. Make sure you get your 50-50 from the Sales and Promotions Committee of the Prince County Horsemen's Club. Right now, $350 to the winner. Get your 50-50 ticket.
Countdown clock is in for tonight's fifth race. Super high five time, field of 9 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Thinking of Eddie, Love Party, roll with it, darling. It's model time. The Real Princess, Starship Beauty. Elm Grove Penny, Tobin's Future. The trailer, You Bet I'm a Good One. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, thinking of Eddie, Love Party, and they're outside. Roll with it, darling, from the grandstand side. Tobin's Future leaves out as they round the turn here at the 8th pole. Thinking of Eddie, the leader. Roll with it, darling, is second. Third, that is You Bet I'm a Good One. Between horses, Love Party fourth. The Real Princess at the rail fifth. Tobin's Future has gone to plan B 6. Then in 7th, it's model time. Elm Grove Penny is 8th, and trailing 9th, that is Starship Beauty. By the quarter mile they go. Roll with it, darling, made the lead off at 28 and 4 opener. Here comes Thinking of Eddie to reclaim top spot. Roll with it, darling, now second. You Bet I'm a Good One third. Love Party could find no friends. She's on the outside fourth. The Real Princess fifth. Tobin's Future on the outside. She's sixth. Coming up on the outside to be third over is Starship Beauty. Its model time is 8th, and on the outside 9th, Elm Grove Penny. Halfway home in the super high five. Thinking of Eddie in 1 minute and 1. Just 31 and 2 in the second quarter here by the 5/8 now. Thinking of Eddie, the leader. Second is Roll with it, darling. Third on the outside is Love Party. You Bet I'm a Good One. At the rail fourth. Tobin's Future fifth on the outside. The Real Princess, she's locked in a racing 6. 7th is Starship Beauty. Its model time 8. Elm Grove Penny 9th. The 3/4 in 1:30 and a 1/5. She's had her own way here. 1/8 of a mile out, and it's a sprint to the finish. Thinking of Eddie, the leader by 2. Roll with it, darling, second. You Bet I'm a Good One. Love Party out all the way, but Thinking of Eddie will win for Brady Sweet. The Real Princess from out of the clouds, she got the deuce. We'll need a show photo. And the time for the mile in 1:59 flat.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's fifth race. Thinking of Eddie, some give and go in the front with Roll with it, darling. Gets to the front, 28 for the half a minute, 1. 3/4 in 1:30 and 1. Here's a sprint to the finish here as Thinking of Eddie's going to win for the second time of the season, 7th career, this time tonight in 1:59 flat. Brady Sweet in the bike. Some nice stick angling by Mike Downey to get the deuce with the Real Princess, and it's close for third. A show photo. Now posted the 3. Roll with it, darling, third. So 153 unofficially in the 5th. We'll see Thinking of Eddie and Brady Sweet in the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
Thinking of Eddie on her way into the Woodmere Standardbridge Winners Circle here in Race 5 by pacing mare 4 by Peng Shui off the Amerifan Gigolo Dam. Papa was a gigolo. Omatara Perry of Tignish and Brady Sweet of Springfield West. Bred by Michael Clary of Montague, trained and driven to victory by Brady Sweet. Miles in 159. Thinking of Eddie in the Super High 5.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now the official results in race 5, Thinking of Eddie the winner. Love Party was 6. Roll with It Darling 3rd. It's Model Time 4th. The Real Princess was 2nd. Starship Beauty finished 7th. Elm Grove Penny was 9th. Tobin's Future finished 8th. You Bet I'm a Good One was 5th. 28 and 4, 1 minute 1, 1:30 and 1, and the mile 159. In review 163, 427, 985. Thinking of Eddie, paid 630 to win. The Exactor 2470, Triactor 303.65, and the Super High 5 at 585.11.
Spin to Win is back at Red Shore, Charlottetown from September the 1st to the 30th. Rewards Club members have a chance to spin the prize wheel and win up to $1,000 in free play prizing. Seat draws take place every hour between 3 and 8 p.m. from Sunday to Thursday. For more details and to become a Rewards Club member, visit Redshores.ca. And we'll slide the picks into the screen for the upcoming 6th race. There's a shot of the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. I'm going to go with a 2-7-3 post time picks at 6, 2, and 5. Classifier's choice is 2, 5, 6 in the 6th race in 7 minutes.
On the sixth race post parade, number 1, Get Home Terry, owned by Edgar Stewart and Tyler McDonald of Ellerslie, trained by Edgar Stewart. Note the driver change to Ryan DeRage. 2, Majestic Mason, owned by Stephen Downey of Quizbam, New Brunswick, trained by Rick Armstrong. Brady Sweet drives. Mr. William 3, owned by Suzanne McKeegan and Mike James, trained by Blaine McKenna, Corey McPherson. Josie 150, number 4, Sam Hodgkin from Bloomfield, Kings County, New Brunswick, owns, trains, and drives. Number 5 is Sharkey, owned by Taylor Doyle and Jack McGurk of Kensington. Taylor trains and drives. 6 is Brigus, owned by Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland, trained by Nick Oakes, driven by Adam Murner. Phil Dorleans, number 7, owned by Kent Williams of Ellerslie, Lyndon Hardy of Coleman, trained by Alan McDonald. Brody McPhee drives. Brookdale J. Mack, number 8, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Paul Langell. 3 minutes to post time. A special thank you going out to Northumberland Ferries. For schedules and to book online, visit ferries.ca.
Once upon a time, the ferry was the only way to visit Prince Edward Island. Some say it still is.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's sixth race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Ryan Drosh is on the 1, Get Home Terry. Landing on the 2, Majestic Mason, 4-year-old brown gelding by Arthur Blue Chip for Steve Downey of Quispamsis, New Brunswick. He's also the breeder. Ricky Armstrong trains with Brady Sweet in the bike, looking to go back-to-back for the double tonight. Last start was here on Labor Day Monday. Left from 7, finished 8th. Race time 1:59 flat. 30-2 on the end of it. John Davidson was in the bike. 2 wins on the season. 155 record taken right here at Summerside. Dropping down in class a little bit tonight is the 2, Majestic Mason with Brady Sweet at 8-5. Another horse with some class relief tonight is the 7, Phil Dorleans, a 10-year-old bay gelding by Shanghai Phil for Kent Williams of Ellerslie and Lyndon Hardy of Coleman. Alan McDonald is the trainer with Brody McPhee in the bike tonight. Last start was here on Monday, left on the rail and finished 7th, just beat 3 1/4, 158-1, 29-4 closing quarter. Kenny Murphy was in the bike, does have a win, 157-3. On July the 29th here at Summerside for Kenny Murphy. Phil Dorleans from post 7 with Brody McPhee, all 9s on the board. And there we get a peek at the 3, Mr. William, 5-year-old bay gelding by Artspeak for Susan McKagan and Mike James. Blaine McKenna, the trainer, with Corey McPherson in the bike. Monday here, left from 4 and finished 5th, 158 flat, 29-1 closing quarter. Has a win this season right here at Summerside. Mr. William from post 3 with Corey McPherson. Good odds, 53-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 6th race. A field of 8 in here. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Get Home Terry. On the rail with Ryan DeRoche, 23-1. The 2, Majestic Mason and Brady Sweet at 3-2. Mr. William and Corey McPherson at 54-1. The 4, Josie 150 with Junior Hodgson at 24-1. Sharkey is 5 with Taylor Doyle at 5-1. Brigus leaves 6 with Adam Erner at 3-5. Phil Dorleans is 7 with Brody McPhee at 33-1. Rounding out the field on the outside 8 is Brookdale J. Mack with Paul Angel at 29-1. That's the field for tonight's 6th race. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 6th race, a field of 8. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Get Home Terry, Majestic Mason, Mr. William, Josie 150, Sharkey, Brigus, Phil Darlene, Brookdale, J. Mack, top of the stretch. Here they come. Ralph and pacing, Majestic Mason and Mr. William are leaving. To their outside comes Brigus, and then farther out, Phil Darlene's into the turn. Racing towards the rail in 5th is Get Home Terry. Sharkey between horses 6th. Josie 150 is 7th, and the trailer, that's Brookdale J. Mack on the backstretch for time 1. And here's Brigus driving up from the outside to take over the lead. In line to Adam Murner. Second, Majestic Mason. Now in 3rd is Mr. William. 4th on the cones is Phil Darlene. Racing from 5th is Get Home Terry. Sharkey dropped in 6th. Josie 150 7th. Brookdale J. Mack is 8th. 28 and 2. Open this one up, and they're in straight alignment coming off the paddock turn. Straightening down the stretch now with the half mile in their sights. Brigus is the leader at the midway point. Majestic Mason is 2nd. Mr. William 3rd. Then 4th, Phil Darlene. Sharkey is underway 5th. Racing 6th, Get Home Terry. Josie 150 on the outside 7th. Brookdale J. Mack, the trailer 57 and 3 was the half. Arriving at 5-8. Brigus the leader. Racing 2nd, Majestic Mason. On the outside, Sharkey towards the rail. That's Mr. William. Racing from 5th is Phil Darlene. On the outside, Josie 150 is 6th. Then it's Get Home Terry and Brookdale J. Mack on the outside. They're by 3/4. Brigus was there in 1:27 and 1. They round the top turn for the final time. 1/8 of a mile left to go. 2 lengths out in front. Brigus turning home. Majestic Mason is 2nd. Mr. William 3rd. Sharkey 4th. On the wire next. And it's Brigus at the rail to double up Adam Murner. 2nd, that's Majestic Mason. 3rd is Mr. William. And the time for the mile, 1:56 flat.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 6th race. Brigus and Adam Murner. Adam Murner doubles up tonight. They go right down the road. 28-2, 57-3, 127-1. Here's the stretch drive. Great shot by Universal Media for Brigus to win for the 2nd time this season. 7th career, 156 flat. In for 2nd is the 2, Majestic Mason, Mr. William 3rd. So it's 6-2-3 unofficially. In the 6th, we'll see Brigus and Adam Murner in the winner's circle next.
There goes Brigus to the Woodmere Standardbred's winner's circle here in the 6th race. Bay Pacing Gelding 4, the son of Better Than Cheddar, is off the Art Major Dam. Back out of Hanover, a homebred of Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland. Trained by Nick Oakes out of Murder, second winner for the double. 1:56, the time for the mile. Brigus and the Murder double in the 6th.
This race replay is brought to you by All Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology, and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Here's the official results in race 6. Get Home Terry 5th. Majestic Mason was 2nd. Mr. William 3rd. Josie 150 was 8th. Sharky finished 6th. Brigus was the race winner. Phil Doleens finished 4th. Brookdale J. Mack was 7th. They went 28-2. 57-3. 127-1. And the mile in 1:56. In review, it's 5-2-3, 8-6-1, 4-7. Brigus paid $460 to win. The exactor $780, triactor $3440, and the superfecta $1466.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. David Dowling has 2 wins, as does Adam Murner. Let's talk about the Atlantic Classic Sale. The 2025 edition is scheduled for Friday, October the 10th at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds, starting at 11:30 a.m. Join us on October the 9th from 3 till 7 at the Exhibition Grounds for a yearling preview. Visit Atlantic-Classic.com for sale preview, online sale catalog, pedigree links, and sale results. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 7th race. It's tonight's feature on a Tuesday night here. There's a shot of the Atlantic Post calls Paddock Ham. I'm going with a 2-3-5. Post time picks at 2-3-1. Class Fire's choice is 3-2-1 in the feature race 7 in 7 minutes.
Preferred Pacers. Tonight's seventh race featured the Run Parade. Ontario won. It's owned by Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston, New Brunswick. David Dowling trains and drives. Windblown 2, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Trained by Phil Sizer, Paul Langell. 3 is House Edge Hanover, owned by Everett Hansen of Majorville, New Brunswick. Trained by Ron Matheson, Brody McPhee. Sobble Attack 4, owned by Paul Bigger of Tyne Valley and Don Callback of Summerside. Paul does the training. Note the driver change to Corey McPherson. Starship Glide number 5, owned by Windermere Farms of Springville, trained by Earl Watts, Adam Murner. 4 minutes to post time. The Grand in Your Hand promotion is now underway at Redshores Summerside. Players have a chance to win the grand prize of $1,000 cash on October 6th and November 11th. For more details, go to Redshores.ca.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 7th race. It's our feature here on a Tuesday night. Exactor, Superfecta, Triactor, win and place wagering, no show wagering in here. Field of 5, landing on the 2, Windblown, 8-year-old bay gelding by Mach 3 for Doug and Doug Polly Jr. of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Phil Sizer trains and Paul Angel is in the bike. Last start was here on the holiday Monday. Left from 5 was a winner by 6 in 1:54.1, closing quarter, 29 seconds flat. That was his 34th lifetime win. For the 2, Windblown, Paul Angel aboard tonight. Right now, your current choice at 1-9. There's a look at the 3, House Edge Hanover, 4-year-old bay gelding by Betting Line for Everett Hansen of Majorville, New Brunswick. Ronnie Matheson trains. Brody McPhee gets the call to drive tonight. Charlottetown, August 23rd from post 4. Finished second, just beat 3/4 of a length. Race timed 1:53.4, 28 seconds flat. On the end of it for Kenny Murphy. 6 wins on the season, 1:52.3 record taken at Charlottetown on July the 12th for Jill Berrio, who had a big night the other night. Congratulations, Jill, on 9 wins at Charlottetown Saturday night. House Edge Hanover from post 3 with Brody McPhee. Good odds, 22-1. And there's a look at the 5, Starship Glides, a 5-year-old bay gelding by Control the Moment for Windermere Farms of Springvale. Earl Watts, the master of Windermere, is the trainer. Adam Erner's got 2 wins. He's looking for win number 3 tonight. Was here on Monday, September the 1st. Left on the rail, was a winner by 2 1/4 in 1:55.4. 28.4 on the end of it. Mark Campbell was in the bike. That was his 16th lifetime win, 6th of the season. For the 5, Starship Glide with Adam Erner. All 9s on the board. Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 7th race. Our feature here tonight, Ontario on your screen right now for David Dowling. He's got 2 wins tonight. They're at 59-1. The 2, Windblown, Paul Angel at 1-9. The 3, House Edge Hanover and Brody McPhee now at 19-1. 4, Sobble Attack with Corey McPherson, 96-1. And the 5, Starship Glide with Adam Erner. All 9s on the board. That's the field for tonight's 7th race. Good luck with your selections. Last call, 50-50. Brenda's up here right now. Last call, 50-50. Brenda's up here right now in the oval. Last call. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 7th race. A field of 5 in our feature, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Preferred Pacers, we're going to bring them to you early on this Tuesday night as they line up with Manterio, Windblown, House Edge Hanover, Sobble Attack, and Starship Glide. Top of the stretch. Here they come. They are under a starter's recall here in the 7th race. Starter has recalled the Preferred. Ladies and gentlemen, the starter recall charged the 3 House Edge Hanover for broken equipment prior to the start. Par Mutual windows, they're still open and they're still selling for some last-minute selections here in the Tuesday feature.
Got a happy birthday shout out for this Thursday to Zoe McCachran, turns 16 on Thursday. Happy birthday, Zoe, from all of us here at Red Shores. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 7th race. Field of 5 in the feature. Take 2. Back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Manterio, Windblown, House Edge Hanover, Sobble Attack, Starship Glide. Starting gate, swings around the turn. Now at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Green light go this time, and Windblown the first one out. Second is Sobble Attack, House Edge Hanover third, fourth into the turn Manterio, and Starship Glide will be the early trailer. As they round that first turn, it'll be Windblown for Paul Langell, the leader. House Edge Hanover away second. Manterio is closing up third. Sobble Attack trying to find a friend. He's on the outside fourth. Then in fifth is Starship Glide, and there is the friend as they arrive at the opening quarter quarter, Windblown and Paul Langell the leader. Second at the rail, that's House Edge Hanover, 28 seconds flat the quarter. Racing third, Manterio, Shovel Attack at the rail fourth, and the trailer, that is Starship Glide fifth. Off the turn they come, this compact field in straight alignment. Windblown, the 1-9 chalk, is the leader. Arriving next at the half mile, House Edge Hanover is second, racing third, Manterio, Shovel Attack fourth, and Starship Glide is fifth. Halfway home in the feature, led by Windblown in 56 and 4. Tracking in the two-hole is House Edge Hanover. That is Manterio third. Shovel Attack has fourth, and the trailer fifth. Starship Glide up the backstretch they go. Second and final time. 3/4 coming next. On the lead, that's Windblown. House Edge Hanover on his back. Third is Manterio. Starship Glide is coming now fourth, and then the trailer, that is Shovel Attack. The 3/4 completed in 1:26 and 2. Eighth of a mile to go. Windblown the leader. House Edge Hanover on the outside. Manterio right there third. Then in fourth, that is Starship Glide. Deep stretch now on the wire next. Windblown almost there. Windblown hangs on with Langell. Manterio was second. Third, that'll go to House Edge Hanover. Time for the mile, 1:54.3.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 7th race. Windblown showed why he was the class of the field. He goes right down the road, 28, 56 and 4. 1:26 and 2 to 3/4. Here's the stretch drive. Looked like Manterio might get him on the inside, the House Edge Hanover on the outside, but he showed them their class, his class in here, folks, and he wins for the 35th time, 7th this season in 1:54 and 3 back-to-back here at Summerside. It's Windblown. Paul Langell in the bike. Up for second is Manterio. House Edge Hanover third. It's 2-1-3 unofficially in the feature. We'll see Windblown and Paul Langell in the Woodmere Standard Bridge winner circle next.
Windblown going to the 7th race, Woodmere Standard Bridge Winners Circle. Bay Pacing Gelding, he's 8 by Mach 3. From the Commotion Dam, wind warning. Owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, bred by Springhaven Farm, and Doug Millard, trained by Phil Sizer. Paul Langell guides him to his 35th lifetime victory on this night, and the time for the mile, 1:54 and 3. Windblown captures the Tuesday night feature at Summerside. Now the official results in the 7th, Montario was second, Windblown the race winner, Househead Hanover third, Sobble Attack fourth, Starship Glide was fifth, they went 28, 56 and 4, 126 and 2, and the mile 150, 4 and 3. From the top, your program reads 213, 4, 5. Windblown 210, the exactor $5, triactor $14, and the superfecta was $2.99.
The 2025 Home Hardware Maritime Breeders' Stake will take place at Red Shores, Charlottetown. 2- and 3-year-old trotters will compete on Thursday, October 23rd, followed by the 2- and 3-year-old pacing colts and fillies on Saturday, October the 25th. Thank you to sponsors Metro Home Building Center, High Tide Home Hardware Building Centers, and the Maritime Breeders Association. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 8th race. 9 starters in this one. I'm going to go with a 4-8-1, as does the classifier's choices. Post time picks at 8-4-1 in tonight's 8th race in 6 minutes. And note the driver change on the 6, Sporty Spice. Make the driver Corey McPherson.
Century Invictus leads the 8th race on parade, owned by Matty Rogers. From Summerside, trained by Nick Oakes, Norris Rogers drives. Pineapple Express 2, Willie McKay at Alvin, owns, trains, and drives. Elm Grove Treasure number 3, owned by Doug Williams of Guelph, Ontario, and Rebecca Blaisdell of Inverness, trained by Kyle Williams, Paul Langella. Harlequin Romance 4, owned by Barry Bigger, Summerside, trained by Jason Bigger, Adam Werner. My Ambrose 5, owned by Carl and Jason McDougall of Ellerslie, trained by Carl McDougall, Ryan DeRage. Sporty Spice number 6, owned and trained by Sylvia Hall Andrews of Nanaimo, British Columbia. Note the driver change to Corey McPherson. 7 is Hemingway, Brett Clough driving for owner-trainer Abby Clough, Cornwall. JK's Henry number 8, owned by Alden Smith of Brookfield and Brad Smith of North Wiltshire. Brad trains and drives. Number 9 is Julian I.M. Jeremy Baker from Blackrock, Nova Scotia, owns, trains, and drives. 3 minutes to post time. Rocky is back with the top contenders, but first a message from HPI Bet and the new HPI Bet app.
Feel the thrill of the track, anytime, anywhere. Download the new HPI Bet app, and you're just minutes away from live racing action, including local tracks and across the globe. Simply download the new HPI Bet app from the App Store to gain access to AI-assisted smart picks, in-depth racing info, rewards, and more. Just follow these simple steps. 1. Download the app. 2. Fill out your info. 3. Start betting with the app. Enjoy fast, secure betting at your fingertips wherever you are. Get the new app from the App Store and bring the track with you.
Let's head up to the track for tonight's 8th race. Field of 9, Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place, and Show Wagering. Don't forget to tag your ticket for a chance at that Wild Horses jackpot of $25. Landing on the 4, Harlequin Romance, dropping down in class in here tonight. I think she should go right down the road, wire to wire tonight. Adam Erner's already got 2 wins, looking for 3. Last start was here on Monday, left from 7, finished 6, 159 and 4, 31 and 3 on the end of it. Has 4 wins this season, including a 157 and 4 season's best right here at Summerside. Great spot to work it from tonight. Harlequin Romance and Adam Erner from post 4, 2-1. And there we see the 8, JK's Henry, 5-year-old big gelding by JK, end of an era for Alan Smith of Brookfield and Brad Smith of North Wiltshire. Brad's the trainer and the driver. Started here on Monday, left 6 and finished 6, 159 and 2, 29 and 4 on the end of it. 2 wins, including a record of 156 and 1 at Charlottetown. JK's Henry's a long way out, but he couldn't get there. Post 8 right now is your current choice at 3-5. And there's a look at the rail sitter, Century Invictus, 6-year-old big gelding by Better's Delight from Addie Rogers of Summerside. Nick Oakes trains. Norris Rogers will do the driving. Started here on Monday, left from 6 and finished 5th, 201 and 3, 32 and 1 on the end of it. Does have a win, 159 and 4 here at Summerside this season. Century Invictus is on the rail tonight, and he likes to leave. Could be set up for a good trip here tonight. On the rail with Norris Rogers, 4-1. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 8th race, a field of 9. Lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Century Invictus, Pineapple Express, Elm Grove Treasure, Harlequin Romance, My Ambrose, Sporty Spice, Hemingway, JK's Henry is on the grandstand side. In back the trailer, Julian I Am, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Harlequin Romance leads out. Century Invictus towards the rail, third one to the turn. That's Pineapple Express. And between horses, racing from fourth is Sporty Spice. From the outside, fifth is JK's Henry. Six at the rail, Elm Grove Treasure. Then racing seventh, Julian I Am. My Ambrose is eighth, followed by Hemingway ninth. This field of 9 in straight alignment as they arrive at the opening quarter. It's Harlequin Romance for Adam Murner to lead it. Racing from second, Century Invictus, Pineapple Express. He's third at the rail. Racing from fourth is Sporty Spice, 29 and 3 the quarter mile. Racing from fifth, that is JK's Henry. Then in sixth, as they move off the turn, Julian I Am. On the outside, seventh is Elm Grove Treasure. Racing eighth is My Ambrose. And Hemingway ninth. They're halfway home. Harlequin Romance, the midway point leader. Racing second, Century Invictus, Pineapple Express third. On the outside, fourth, that is Sporty Spice, 59 and 2 the half mile. In fifth is JK's Henry. Julian I Am is taking sixth. My Ambrose seventh. Then in eighth, on the outside is Hemingway. Elm Grove Treasure has dropped out of it. To the three quarters next, the unchallenged leader. Harlequin Romance is there. Century Invictus continues second. Then third is Pineapple Express. Fourth on the cones, that's Sporty Spice. 1:29 flat. The three quarters. Shade more than an eighth to go. Harlequin Romance clear by 2. Century Invictus strictly giving chase here. Third is Pineapple Express. On the outside for fourth, JK's Henry. Deep in the stretch. Here's Harlequin Romance all the way. She'll triple up Adam Murner. JK's Henry rallied second. Century Invictus will finish third. And the time for the mile in 1:59 and 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 8th race. This race just shaped up the way I thought it would. Harlequin Romance goes right down the road tonight, 29 and 3, 59 and 2, 129. Adam Murner's going to triple up in the bike tonight. He's in the seat for Harlequin Romance and Barry Bigger, Jason Bigger. 5th win of the season, 15th career for Harlequin Romance, 159 and 1 tonight. JK's Henry in there for second, Century Invictus third for the classifier and myself. That's a nice cold 4-8-1 in the 8th race. We're going to see Harlequin Romance and Adam Murner in the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner Circle next.
Harlequin Romance on her way to the 8th race winner's circle. Bay-facing mare, she's 5, but he's watching off the Cam's Card Shark Dam, Southwind Meredith. Owned by Barry Bigger of Summerside, bred by Darlene Hayes and Brad Gray of Ontario, trained by Jason Bigger. Adam Murner's got his 3rd winner tonight as he triples up, and the mare's on top at every call, winning her 15th lifetime win on this night. 159-1 Harlequin Romance and the Murner triple in the 8th. Here's the official results in race 8. Century Invictus 3rd, Pineapple Express 4th. Elm Grove Treasure was 9th. Harlequin Romance, the race winner. My Ambrose was 8th. Sporty Spice finished 5th. Hemingway was 7th. JK's Henry 2nd. Julian I Am finished 6th. 29-3, 59-2, 129, and the mile in 159-1. In review, 3, 4, 9, 1, 8, 5, 7, 2, 6. Harlequin Romance paid $250. The exactor 610, triactor 1560, and the superfactor was 1033. Now time to check your 50-50 draw tickets, tonight valued at $515. Winning number will be 261223. Tonight's 50-50 winning number for $515, 261223. Good luck.
HPI PEI customers and players across the country receive 10 times the points when playing Redshore Summerside on Tuesdays in September. For more information on these great offers and to sign up for free, go to hpibet.com. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 9th race. Happy Retirement, Plain Jane. I'm going 4-2-5. Post time picks at 4-1-5. Classifier's choices 2-4-5 in the 9th in 6 minutes.
Ninth race, Happy Retirement, Plain Jane. They're on post parade. Number 1 is Felt, owned by Mitchell Ellsworth of St. Louis, trained by Jay Noy, Zach Noy driving. McLand, number 2, owned by Michael Dubé from St. Maurice, Quebec, trained by Chris Davies, David Dowling. Well Did, number 3, owned by the Well Did stable of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Paul Langell. Louis the Great, number 4, owned by Leith Waite of Summerside, Les Waite from Charlottetown, trained by Leslie Waite, Corey McPherson aboard. Brookdale Jim wears number 5, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Note the driver change to Brady Sweet. J.J. Patrick 6, owned by Marco Land and Rick Armstrong of Summerside. Rick is the trainer. John Davidson driving. Hunger Pangs, number 7, owned by Suzanne McKeegan of Albert Bridge, Nova Scotia, trained by Blaine McKenna, Ryan DeRoche. Acrobat Hanover, number 8, owned by Robin Longinus of Summerside, trained by Taylor Doyle, Brody McPhee driving. Bold and Bad, number 9, owned and trained by Dina Clove, New Haven, Brett Clough drives. 3 minutes to post time. This is the Plain Jane Retirement Race. Faith Gavin and Plain Jane will be back in the winner's circle after race number 9. Back down to Rocky with a few more photos of Plain Jane. And Rocky, when Mark Campbell baby raced this mare at a 2-year roll, I believe it was 57 and change. She come home 27 and change on that day. You knew great things were going to happen.
That's right, Vance. This was a great mare. You know, she raced most of her career here on Prince Edward Island. She had 115 starts with 26 wins, 22 seconds, 16 thirds, over $117,000 made, and a record of 153-1 taken at Truro Raceway, I believe, in 2023. I have it here someplace. And yeah, she was a great mare, and she won her. She finished second in her second last race, just beat length and 3/4 in that birthplace of Confederation mares class at Charlottetown Old Home Week, pacing a mile in 1:55 flat. Plain Jane, I believe, will be here in the winner's circle tonight after this race. Just to note, the driver of the 5, Brookdale Jim, in this 9th race is Brady Sweet. Let's head out to the track for the 9th. It's the Happy Retirement Plain Jane Pace, landing on the 4, Louis the Great. 3-year-old bay gelding by Danson Lou for Leith and Les Waite. Les is the trainer with Corey McPherson in the bike. Last start was here on Monday. Left from post 8, finished 3rd. Just beat a length, rallied up. Race time 1:57-1, 28-4 on the end of it. 4 wins on the season, including a record of 1:55-2, taken right, equaling record performance, right here at Summerside for Louis the Great with Corey McPherson aboard. Right now, 6-5. There we see the 2, McLand, 5-year-old bay gelding by McCardle. From Michael Dubé of St. Maurice, Quebec. Chris Davies, the trainer, with David Dowling in the bike. David's got 2 wins tonight. Looking for the triple. Last start was here on Monday, September 1st. Left from 3, finished 2nd. Just beat length and a half. Race time 1:56-1, 28-4 closing quarter. He's looking for his first win of 2025. Could be tonight. That's the 2, McLand, with David Dowling, 5-2. And there we get a peek at the 5, Brookdale Jim, 11-year-old bay gelding by Articulator for Doug and Doug Polly Jr. of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Phil Sizer is the trainer. Note the driver change to Brady Sweet. Started here on Monday at September the 1st. From post 5, finished 4th. 158 flat, 29 and 4 closing quarter. I look at the start, 3 down. Charlottetown, Old Home Week, August the 9th, on the rail, finished second, just beat by quarter of a length. Race time 155 and 3, 28 and 3 closing quarter for Paul Angel. Has a win this season, 157 and 4, right here at Summerside. Brookdale Jim, post 5 with Brady Sweet, 19 to 1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 9th race. Happy Retirement, Plain Jane. Fountain Zach Noy at 5 to 1. McLean and David Dowling at 5 to 2. Well Did and Paul Angel at 5 to 1. Louis the Great with Corey McPherson, your current choice, at 3 to 5. Brookdale Jim with Brady Sweet at 13 to 1. 6 JJ Patrick and John Davidson, all 9s on the board. Hunger Pangs on your screen with Ryan DeRoche at 52 to 1. Acrobat Hanover with Brody McPhee at 19 to 1. Rounding out the field, Bold in Bed with Brett Clough at 14 to 1. That's the field for tonight's 9th race. Happy Retirement, Plain Jane Pace. Good luck with your selections. And just some notes here passed along for the Plain Jane Retirement. She meant so much to the Gavin family. She was the reason they attended the races for the past 5 years. Janie began her career at Red Shore Summerside and had her final victory on Governor's Plate Week when she won the Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares. The Gavin family would like to thank Team McKay for their great care of Plain Jane. A big thank you to Chris, Jordan, and Mylene McKay. They would also like to thank trainers Mark Campbell, Tisha Symes, Brent Campbell, Landon Campbell, Ashley McDonald, and Devin Wallace. Plain Jane took a lifetime best of 153 and 1 at Truro Raceway in July of 2023. They're in behind the gate right now. Vance Cameron, up to you for the call.
And you know the Gavins, they have a broodmare operation, Rock. This mare will, and I mean will, make a broodmare. She's just too well put together and too nice of a mare not to be a real good mom. It's the Happy Retirement Plain Jane Pace. It's the 9th race, and they're on the gate, and it's post time. Rough and pacing. McLean, the first one out. At the rail, second, that is Fout. To their outside, into the turn from third. That's Louis the Great. Coming 3 wide. Fourth is Brookdale Jim towards the rail. Well Did. Fifth. Moving up 6 from the outside is Hunger Pang. 7th towards the rail is Bold and Bad on the outside. And racing from 8th, that's Acrobat Hanover. And the trailer 9th, JJ Patrick. Over to the quarter. McLean and Dowling the leaders. Second at the rail, that's Fout. Moving up third on the outside is Hunger Pangs off at 28 and 1 opener. Louis the Great around the turn is 4th, racing from 5th. On the cones now, that's Brookdale Jim. Off the paddock turn they come. Towards the half mile they race. McLean the leader on Fout. On the outside, Hunger Pangs going to be out all the way. Louis the Great on the outside. He's 4th. At the rail, 5th is Brookdale Jim. Third over 6th, Acrobat Hanover. Well Did is 7th. JJ Patrick on the outside 8th, and the trailer 9th. Bold and Bad 57 and 4 was the half mile. Arriving at 5/8, McLean is the leader. From the outside, Hunger Pang 2nd, Fout at the rail 3rd. 4th on the outside, that is Louis the Great going 3 wide. 5th on the cones is Brookdale Jim. Racing from 6 by the 3/4, Acrobat Hanover. Well Did is 7th. Bold and Bad 8th. On the outside 9th, JJ Patrick 1. 27 and 4 the 3/4 time. And they're headed on home now, led by McLean. Louis the Great is taken over 2nd. Fout at the rail 3rd. Brookdale Jim 4th. Deep stretch now. McLean will take Dowling all the way, and David Dowling, he'll triple up. 2nd is Louis the Great. Brookdale Jim rallied in to be 3rd. And the time for this mile, they stopped the clock in 1:57 and 1.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 9th race. Happy retirement, Plain Jane. I believe she's going to be in the winner's circle tonight, too. As McLand and David Dowling go all the way. 28-1, 57-4, 127-4 to 3/4. And here's the stretch drive. Great shot by Universal Media as McLand wins for the first time in 2025. In 157-1, David Dowling triples up tonight. In for second, Louis the Great with Brookdale Jim rallying in there for third. It's 2-4-5 unofficially in the 9th. We'll see McLand and David Dowling in the Woodmere Standardbridge winner circle next.
There goes McLand into the Woodmere Standardbridge winner's circle from the 9th race. Bay facing Gelding, he's 5 by McCardle. Off the Rock and Roll Hanover Dam, Stacy's Lady, owned by Michael Dubé from St. Maurice, Quebec. Bred by Bentley Troyer from Millersburg, Ohio. Trained by Chris Davies. David Dowling reigns his third winner tonight for his driving triple. And the time for the mile in 157-1. McLand triples up David Dowling. In the 9th race, the happy retirement, Plain Jane pace. Ladies and gentlemen, there goes the judges' inquiry sign now in race number 9. We have a late judges' inquiry now underway. It involves the conduct of race number 9 into the first turn. And there's Plain Jane in the winner's circle on her retirement night here in Summerside. Rocky has gone all through the pedigree. 153-1 winner over the half-mile track at Truro. Purse money she earned $117,000 and change with 26 lifetime victories. Raced the open mares, beat the open mares on several occasions. She's had an excellent career. And now she's on her way to the broodmare ranks up at Gavin Farms in the West. Plain Jane, it's happy retirement night at Summerside in the winner's circle with the cooler presentation. Quite a career. The winner, $117,000, that record of 53-1, 26 times in the winner's circle.
Here's a look at the inquiry as the horses race into the first turn. This is what the judges are looking at. Something here in the first turn. Hold all tickets.
Ladies and gentlemen, the racing officials have made the top four listed on the tote board as official 2451. Top four in the ninth race declared official. 2 McLand the winner, 4 Louis the Great second, 5 Brookdale Jim third, Fout was fourth. McLand paid $760, the exactor $1930, triactor $35.30, and the superfecta $21.43.
I want to give a shout out to Stephen F. Arsenault Insurances, co-sponsor of our 50-50 here at Red Shores in Summerside.
Speaking of that 50-50, it's still not claimed at $515, 261 223. 50-50 winning number 261 223. Ladies and gentlemen, the results of the ninth race judges' inquiry. No violations. Here is the complete rundown. Felt fourth, McLand the winner, Well did fifth. Louis the Great second, Brookdale Jim third. J.J. Patrick was sixth, Hunger Pangs ninth. Acrobat Hanover was eighth, Bold and Bad seventh, 28-1, 57-4, 127-4 in the mile, 157-1. In review, 415, 236, 987. Don't come looking on the 10th race post parade, owned by Harold Ariane and Angelique Duguay of Pabos, Quebec, trained by Chris Davies. David Dowling drives. Salzburg Bowl number 2, owned by Renison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison, Brady Sweet. 3 is Chromed Up, owned by Mark Land and Craig Arsenault, Summerside, trained by Chris McKay, Brody McPhee, catch drives. 4, Jackie Pang is scratched. Number 5 is Starship Destiny, owned by Philip DeRoche, Vance McMillan, Leanne Moyer, and Evelette. Kyle DeRoche trains and drives. 6 is Makita, owned by Suzanne McKeegan, Christina Thompson, and Ronnie McLean, trained by Blaine McKenna. Ryan DeRoche drives. Number 7, Hockey's Deo, Jacob Sweet, training and driving for Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton. Dr. Grenfell, number 8, owned by Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland, trained by Nick Oakes, Adam Murner. Number 9, Shill Hanover, owned by 3 Silly Fillies of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Paul Langell trains and drives. 3 minutes, 2 post time for free race program. Backstretch beat, driver profiles, and race replays. Visit the Red Shores Player Portal.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 10th race. Scratch the 4, Jackie Pang. Landing on the 9, Shill Hanover. He's in the back tier. 3-year-old Big Gelding by Betting Line for 3 Silly Fillies of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Paul Angel is the trainer and the driver. Started here Monday, the holiday Monday, from Toast 2 and finished 3rd. Just beat a length and a half. Race time 2 minutes 4/5. 31 seconds flat on the end of it for Mark Campbell. I looked at that start here on July 15th where he left from 6 and was a wire-to-wire winner in 1:57.4. New race win record, 30 seconds flat closing quarter. Mark Campbell was in the bike. Shill Hanover from post 9 in the back tier with Paul Angel aboard looking for his double tonight. Good odds, 15-1. And there's a look at the 3, Chromed Up, 3-year-old Bay Gelding by Tobago Case for Mark Gallant and Craig Arsenault of Summerside. Chris McKay, the trainer. Brody McPhee will do the driving. Started here on September the 1st, left from 7 and finished 5th. 2:01 flat, 31-1 closing quarter. Look at that line, 3 down, Charlottetown, Old Home Week, August 16th, the Joe O'Brien Grassroots for $14,100. Left 3, finished 2nd with Broken Equipment. Just beat a length, race time 1:56 flat, 28-3 closing quarter. Mark Campbell was in the bike. 2 wins on the season, including a record of 1:58 flat right here at Summerside. Chromed Up, leaving 3 with Brody McPhee, 8-5. And there is a look at the rail sitter. Don't Come Looking. 3-year-old Bay Gelding by Tobago Case for Harold Ariane and Angelique Duguay of Pabos, Quebec. Chris Davies is the trainer. He's looking for a training double tonight. David Dowling's looking for win number 4. Last start was here Monday, September the 1st. Left from 8, finished 6, 2:01 flat. I look at that line, 3 down at Charlottetown, August the 16th. Joe O'Brien Grassroots, left 2, finished 6th. Race time 1:57.1, 29-1 closing quarter. 3 wins on the season, including a record of 1:58.2 at Truro Raceway. For Don't Come Looking, who's on the rail tonight with David Dowling, 4-1.
Well, we found the winners of the 50-50 draw. It was 4 young ladies by the name of Mary Bigger, Margot Bigger, Valerie Gallant, and Mary Feeney. Girls, congratulations.
Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 10th race. Field scratched down to a field of 8. With the 4 scratched, Don't Come Looking, David Dowling 7-2. Salzburg Bolt, Brady Sweet 6-5. Chromed Up and Brody McPhee at 2-1. The 4, Jackie Pang is scratched. Starship Destiny is 5. With Kyle Darash at 7-1. 6, Makita and Ryan Darash at 40-1. 7, Hawkish Deo with Jacob Sweet 9-1. The 8, Dr. Grenfell with Adam Murner at 24-1. Rounding out the field in the back tier is Shill Hanover and Paul Angel at 11-1. That's the field for tonight's 10th race. Good luck with your plays. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 10th race. Scratched down to a field of 8. Lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Don't Come Looking, Salzburg Bolt, Chromed Up. Starship Destiny, Makita, Hockey's Deo, Dr. Grenfell, the trailer, Shill Hanover, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Chromed Up with the first call. Oh, traffic tight here getting out. A little confusion as they race round the first turn. And towards the rail, Don't Come Looking. In between horses, Salzburg Bolt, and they're outside in third. Chromed Up to get away fourth. That is Shill Hanover. Racing fifth is Starship Destiny. Makita's away sixth. Hockey's Deo seventh. And trailing this field in the early going, along the backside, Dr. Grenfell. There goes the inquiry sign. Race number 10, now under a judge's inquiry. Straight alignment as they move around the top turn up at 29 and 2 opening quarter. Salzburg Bolt is the leader for Brady Sweet by 3. Don't Come Looking is second. Chromed Up third. Then in fourth, that's Shill Hanover. Starship Destiny has fifth. Makita 6th. On the outside, Hockey's Deo 7th. And trailing the field, Dr. Grenfell. They're halfway home with the backfield in motion. On the lead, it's Salzburg Bolt in 59 seconds flat. Racing from second is Don't Come Looking. Third at the rail, that's Chromed Up. Fourth on the outside is Shill Hanover, but she stalls there. Racing fifth and swinging out 3 wide, Starship Destiny. Sixth on the cones is Makita. Now seventh is Hockey's Deo and Dr. Grenfell, the trailer. They're at the 3/4 pole. Salzburg Bolt continuing to lead. Don't Come Looking. Starship Destiny on the outside towards the rail. Chromed Up. 1:28 and 2, the 3/4 time. And they're in the home stretch now. Salzburg Bolt trying to see it through. Don't Come Looking on the outside second. Chromed Up at the rail. Deep stretch now as they land on the wire. Salzburg Bolt hangs on and goes all the way for Brady Sweet. Don't Come Looking second. Chromed Up is third. And the time for this mile, 1:57.4. Reminder of the judge's inquiry here in the 10th race. Retained your tickets, judge's inquiry.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 10th race. Salzburg Bolt, after the confusion in the first turn, gets to the front, 29 and 2, the half in 59, 3/4 in 128 and 2. Here's the stretch drive. I thought Don't Come Looking was going to drive right by, but Salzburg Bolt digs back in and did deep stretch and gets the job done. Brady Sweet in the bike for his second win of the night. Time for the mile, 1:57 and 4, right to his record that he took right here at Summerside. In for second, Don't Come Looking with Chromed Up third, so it's 2-1-3 unofficially in the 10th, but under a judge's inquiry, hold all tickets in the 10th.
The judge's inquiry involves the conduct of race number 10 entering the first turn after the start.
Here's the inquiry they're looking at going into the first turn between a couple of horses entering the first turn. The judge's inquiry here in tonight's 10th race. Hold all tickets. There has been a placing in the 10th race. The racing officials will place number 1, Don't Come Looking, as the race winner. And there is Don't Come Looking on his way to the 10th race winner's circle by facing gelding 3 by Tobago Cage. From the Arch Place Dam Twilight Lady
Owned by Harold, Ariane, Angeli Duguay of Pabos, Quebec. Bred by Donna McLean from Fairview. Trained by Chris Davies. David Dowling has win number 4 on this night for the Grand Slam. The horse will pace to a new record when the time for the mile gets adjusted. That's Don't Come Looking, and the Dowling Grand Slam here in the 10th. Now the official results from the 10th race. Don't Come Looking finished second, was placed first. 2 Salzburg Bull finished first, was placed second for causing interference on number 1 into the first turn. Chromed Up was third. Jackie Pang was scratched. Starship Destiny finished 7th. Makita was 8th. Hockey's Dale finished 6th. Dr. Grenfell was 5th. Shill Hanover 4th. They went 29 and 2, 59, 128 and 2. The mile of 157 and 4 will be adjusted to the race winner. Don't Come Looking. From the top, after the placing, your program reads 1, 2, 3. Scratch 7, 8, 6, 5, 4. Don't Come Looking, page 690. The Exactor 1360, Triactor 4140, and the Superfactor was 3175.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action. David Dowling's got 4 wins now. Adam Murner has 3, 10 races in the books. Let's talk about the Red Shores late pick 4. Red Shores Racing is excited to offer a new pick 4 as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The late pick 4 will be on the last 4 races of every card at Red Shore Summerside and Charlottetown, and features a $1,000 guaranteed pool with the low 15% takeout. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 11th race. Note the driver change on the 6th. Princess Halo is Ryan DeRoche. I'm going 4-5-1. Post time picks at 4-1-2. Classifier's choice is 1-4-5 in the 11th in 7 minutes.
Southwind Ricochet on the 11th race post parade, owned by Tom Clark, Eldred Nicholson, Ross Clark, and Quentin Bevan, trained by Earl Watts, Paul Langell driving. Rock the Baby 2, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, trained by Earl Watts, Adam Werner. Timberley Lady 3 is owned by Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton, trained and driven by Jacob Sweet. Rock and Roll K's number 4, owned by Albert Hickox of South Freetown, trained by Chris McKay. Corey McPherson drives. Glenview Ronda number 5 is owned and trained by Adam Johnson of Upper Brookside, Nova Scotia, Brody McPhee. Princess Halo 6, owned by Garth Cole of Kensington, Junior Banglo of Freetown, trained by Garth Cole, and note the driver change to Ryan DeRoche. Run for the Money, number 7, owned by Chandler McIsaac of Summerside, Brandon McDougall of Alberton, Brady Sweet is the trainer driver. Canvas of Stars, number 8, owned by Mallory Davis from Majorville, New Brunswick, trained by Chris Davies. Tonight, John Davidson. 9 is Unbridled Fury, owned by Kenneth Graham from Kensington, trained by Chris Davies. David Dowling. 4 minutes to post time. Follow Red Shores' official social media platforms on Facebook, X, and Instagram to get the most accurate, up-to-date information on racing, casino, and restaurants.
Let's head up to the track for tonight's 11th race. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show. It is the start of the guaranteed 20-cent late pick 4. Landing on the 4 in here, Rock and Roll Case, 5-year-old Bay Mare by Tobago Case for Albert Hickox of South Freetown. Chris McKay trains, Corey McPherson back in the bike. Last start was here on Monday. Left from 3, wire-to-wire winner by 11 lengths in 156-1. 29-4 closing quarter. 15 lifetime wins, 2 wins on the season, including a record of 153-4 taken right here at Summerside. Rock and Roll K's post 4 with Corey McPherson aboard at 5-2. And there we get a peek at the 5, Glenview Ronda. She's a 7-year-old bay mare by Immaculate for Adam Johnson of Upper Brookside, Nova Scotia. He's also the breeder and the trainer. The drive tonight goes to Brody McPhee. Started here on September the 1st. Left from post 3 and finished 4th. Just beat a length. 157-4, 30-4 on the end of it. A look 3 down to August the 19th here. Left from 4 was a winner by 6 1/4 in 157 flat, 29-1 closing quarter. Glenview Ronda, free-legged, big mare. Post 5 tonight with Brody McPhee. Good odds, 8-1. And there's a look at the rail sitter, Southwind Ricochet. 3-year-old bay filly by Better's Delight for Tom Clark, Eldred Nicholson, Ross Clark, and Quentin Bevan. Earl Watts is the trainer with Paul Langell in the bike. Started here on Monday from post 3. Was a winner by 5 3/4 in 157-1, 28-3 closing quarter. That was a new race win record for this 3-year-old filly by Better's Delight, and is on the rail tonight with Paul Langell. Right now, your current choice at 1-4. Paul Langell looking for a driving double tonight. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 11th race, a field of 9. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's head back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Southwind Ricochet, Rock the Baby, Timberly Lady, Rock and Roll Cage, Glenview Rhonda. Princess Halo, Run for the Money, and Canvas of Stars. The trailer, Unbridled Fury, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Rock and Roll Cage is leaving on the rails. Southwind Ricochet between them. Rock the Baby around the turn. She's third to get away fourth. That's Unbridled Fury. Then the fifth one is Timberly Lady. Racing from sixth is Glenview Rhonda. Back into seventh, Princess Halo. Eighth from the outside, Canvas of Stars. And trailing ninth, that's Run for the Money. They'll arrive at the quarter. Rock and Roll Cage, the heavy favorite on the choo-choo here for Corey McPherson. Now second is Southwind Ricochet. Oh, they sitting up in here. Boom! Just like that, 27 and 1. Rock and Roll Cage, the fired up leader. Racing from second, Southwind Ricochet, Rock the Baby third. On the move on the outside, fourth, Glenview Rhonda's underway. Moving out from fifth, Unbridled Fury. Canvas of Stars on the outside, sixth, Timberly Lady seventh. Princess Halo is eighth, and trailing ninth, Run for the Money, 57 seconds flat. The halfway home time, down to 3/8 of a mile left to go. Rock and Roll Cage, she's rocking and she's rolling with the lead from the outside. That's Glenview Rhonda second. Third at the rail to Southwind Ricochet with the leaders. Fourth, Rock the Baby. Fifth, that's Timberly Lady. Up the inside, sixth, Unbridled Fury. Canvas of Stars is seventh with a Run for the Money. And Princess Halo, 125 and 4. They tripped the 3/4 and they're homeward bound. Rock and Roll Cage looking to see it through. Second is Southwind Ricochet. Glenview Rhonda third. On the wire, she came to play again tonight. Rock and Roll Cage all the way with McPherson. Second is Southwind Ricochet. Glenview Rhonda will finish third. Time for this mile, 1:55:30.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 11th race. And Rock and Roll Cage does it again right down the road. 27 and 1, 57. Rolled to 3/4 in 125 and 4. Coming off the 3 7/8 turn for home. It looked like the Southwind Ricochet might go by here. But Rock and Roll Cage kicked into another gear to win in 155 and 3. Third win of the season, 16th career. Corey McPherson in the bike for the win tonight. Southwind Ricochet in there for second with Glenview Rhonda third. So it's 4-1-5 unofficially in tonight's 11th race. We're going to see Rock and Roll Cage and Corey McPherson in the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next. And want to congratulate Stephen Arsenault, winner of the second chance draw tonight. Congratulations.
Rock and Roll Cage goes to the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle in tonight's 11th race. Bay Pacing Mare 5 by Tobago Cage from the Chem Luck Jam Timal Extra. Owned by Albert Hickox of South Freetown. Bred by Blaine Tebow of Kensington. Trained by Chris McKay. Corey McPherson put her on top at every call tonight, winning in 155 and 3. Rock and Roll K's wires the 11th. Now the official results from race 11, Southwind Ricochet was second, Rock the Baby ninth, Timberly Lady fifth, Rock and Roll K's the race winner. Glenview Rhonda finished third, Princess Halo was sixth, Run for the Money finished seventh, Canvas of Stars was eighth, Unbridled Fury finished fourth, 27 and 1, 57. 125 and 4, the Mild in 155 and 3. From the top, your program reads 295 136 784. Rock and Roll K's 260, Exactor 580, Triactor 1680, and the Superfecta 1119.
In the upcoming 12th race, an equipment change on the 7, Wizard, from burr head pole inside to a line burr pole on the outside. Number 3, hands off, nose in. The driver is Corey McPherson. The Grand in Your Hand promotion is now underway at Red Shore Summerside on live race days here. Customers can enter non-winning tickets into the designated ballot drums for a chance to win the grand prize of $1,000 cash on October the 6th and November the 11th. There will also be weekly prize draws for wagering vouchers. For more information on the Grand in Your Hand promotion, visit Redshores.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 12th race. Field of 8. I'm going 4-6-1. Post time picks at 6-2-3. Classifiers choices 1-4-6 in the 12th in 7 minutes.
12th race on Post Parade, Friar Voltaire, number 1, owned by Eric and Luke Much, Doug Molyneux, and Basil Hunter, trained by Basil Hunter, Brady Sweet driving. Brookdale Thomas 2, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauly of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Paul Langell. Hands Off, Nose In is the 3. Ralph Sweet Valeri is the owner and the trainer. Note the driver changed to Corey McPherson. Arthur Idlam 4, owned by Gaston Idlam from Bathurst, New Brunswick, trained by Greg McGinnis. Ryan DeRoche drives. 5, Edge of the World, owned by Brett LeBlanc, Matty Clough, and Nolan Campbell. Brett trains and drives. Maple O'Reilly, number 6, owned by Haley Curry of Rocky Point, trained by Taylor Doyle, David Dowling. 7 is Wizard, owned by Kent Williams of Ellerslie, trained by Alan McDonald, Adam Murner driving. Sword from the Stone, number 8, owned by Blair Sweet of Coleman, Gordy McCollum of Brackley Beach, trained by Donald Sweet, Brody McPhee drives. 3 minutes, 2 post time. The Stephen and Joe McRae Memorial Open Mares Final is scheduled for Sunday, October 12th, and proudly presented by McRae's Backhoe and Trucking.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 12th race. Note the driver change on the 3. Hands Off, Nose In to Corey McPherson. There's a look at the 4. Arthur Idlam, 3-year-old brown gelding by Arthur Bluechip for Gestion Idlam Incorporated of Bathurst, New Brunswick. Greg McGinnis trains. Ryan DeRoche in the bike. Last start was here on Monday, September the 1st from post 4. Finished second, just beat a neck. 155-4, 29-2 closing quarter. Had 2 wins in a row before that, August the 19th here from post 4, wire to wire in 157-3. That was a new race win record. Followed that up on August 26th here from post 4. Was a winner by a length in 158-1, 29-2 closing quarter. Post 4 again tonight. Look down those lines. 6 post 4s in a row for Arthur Idlam, including tonight. Ryan DeRoche on the bike, 3-2. There's a look at the 6. Mappo O'Reilly, 4-year-old bay gelding by Sunshine Beach for Haley Curry of Rocky Point, who's also the breeder. Taylor Doyle, the trainer, with David Dowling in the bike. Started here September the 1st on the rail. A winner by a neck, 155-4, 29-3 closing quarter for Mark Campbell. He looked 3 down to the start at Charlottetown August 23rd. From post 3 was a winner, 155-4 for David Dowling. And then here August the 26th, left 2, will finish 2 by a length, 158-2, 29-4 in the end of it for Brody McPhee. Mappo O'Reilly, post 6 with David Dowling. He's hot tonight. He's got 4 wins, and right now they're 9-2. There's a look at the rail sitter, Friar Voltaire, 5-year-old bay gelding by All Bets Off for Eric and Luke Much, Doug Molyneux and Basil Hunter. Basil trains with Brady Sweet in the bike, looking for his 3rd win tonight. Last start at Charlottetown, September the 6th from the back tier 9. Finished 3rd, 157 flat, 29-4 closing quarter. Look 4 down to the start of Charlottetown, August the 15th, left 5. Wire-to-wire winner in 155-3. That was a new record. 29 seconds flat closing quarter. Brady Sweet was in the bike. Friar Voltaire on the rail with Brady Sweet, 1-2. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 12th race. A field of 8. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Friar Voltaire, Brookdale Thomas, hands off, nose in. Arthur Idlam, Edge of the World, Mappo O'Reilly, Wizard, Sword from the Stone outside, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing, leaving out Brookdale Thomas on the rail. Friar Voltaire, third one to their outside is Arthur Idlam. Racing from fourth is hands off, nose in. Coming up fifth, Mappo O'Reilly around the turn. In sixth is Edge of the World, followed by Wizard and Sword from the Stone. The quarter pole bound, and from the outside driving on. Now here is Arthur Idlam and Ryan DeRoche to take over the lead. Racing from second is Friar Voltaire, then the third one, that's Brookdale Thomas. Mappo O'Reilly is settled up fourth. 28 seconds flat was the quarter. Now in fifth as they race round the turn is hands off, nose in. Edge of the World in sixth. Wizard seventh. Sword from the Stone is trailing the field down the stretch for time one, arriving at the half mile. Arthur Idlam, the midway point leader for Ryan DeRoche. Mappo O'Reilly is first up on the outside to take over second. Third, that is Friar Voltaire. They're at the half in 57 and 4. Midway around that clubhouse turn they go, and they're arriving at 5/8. Arthur Idlam the leader. Mappo O'Reilly, he's the challenger. Third at the rail is Friar Voltaire. And they're bridle to bridle, toe to toe going to three quarters. Arthur Idlam on the cones on his outside. Mappo O'Reilly is second, Friar Voltaire third. Then in fourth, Brookdale Thomas won. 27 flat was the three quarters. There's an eighth of a mile to go. Arthur Idlam the leader. Mappo O'Reilly on the outside second. Friar Voltaire third. Down the stretch they come. Arthur Idlam almost there. Mappo O'Reilly on the outside. On the line, Arthur Idlam hangs on this time. Mappo O'Reilly second. Friar Voltaire will finish third. And the time for the mile, 1:56:30.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 12th race. Arthur Idlam drove up to the front, 28 seconds flat, the half 57 and 4. Three quarters 1:27. They raced as a pair with Mappo O'Reilly. Here's the stretch drive. Got real close at the end of it here. Arthur Idlam, Mappo O'Reilly laying in the outside and come right back on at the wire here, but I think Arthur Idlam hangs on to win this time. The last time it was reversed. Arthur Idlam gets the job done, 1:56 and 3. In for second is the 6, Mappo O'Reilly, with Friar Voltaire in there for third. And that's a new record tonight for Arthur Idlam, 1:56 and 3. It's 4:61 ice cold. Here in the 12th, we'll see Arthur Idlam and Ryan DeRoche in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle next.
There's Arthur Idlam on his way to the 12th race winner's circle. Facing Brown Gelding, he is 3 by Arthur Blue Chip. From the Alley's Western Dam, Warden Woody, owned by Gaston Idlam Incorporated of Bathurst, New Brunswick. Bred by Elmer Fallen. Trainer Greg McGinnis has the training double. Driver Ryan DeRoche has the driving double. And the colt faces to a new race win record tonight of 156 and 3. Arthur Idlam doubles up DeRoche and McGinnis in the 12th. Now the official results in the 12th, Friar Voltaire 3rd. Brookdale Thomas was 8th. Hands Off Nose In 7th. Arthur Idlam the race winner. Edge of the World was 4th. Maple O'Reilly 2nd. Wizard finished 6th. Sword from the Stone was 5th. 28, 57 and 4. 127 and the mile 156 and 3. In review, 387, 142, 65. Arthur Idlam 730 to win. Exactor 2730. Triactor was 5030. And the Superfecta 4203.
The Atlantic Invitational Series concludes with the Premier's Cup Final on Breeders' Crown Weekend at Red Shore, Charlottetown. The top 8-point earners in the series will compete for a purse of $50,000 on Sunday, October the 12th. Join us for the Premier's Cup Final as part of Breeders' Crown Weekend at Red Shores in Charlottetown. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 13th race. Equipment change on the one. Watchmaker in here. Ed's pull-out earplugs. I like 531. Post time picks at 532. Classifier's choice is 523 in the 13th race in 7 minutes. And there's a look at that very close win photo from tonight's 12th race. Arthur Idlam just nipping Mappo O'Reilly on the line. Great photo by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
13th race on Post Parade. Watchmaker number 1 is owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick, trained by Alan Stevenson. Mike Downey drives. Doc Awesome 2, owned by Darla McCachran, Alan Goody, and Mike Cameron of Summerside. Darla does the conditioning, driven by Adam Murner. Braxton's Boy number 3, owned by Rick Armstrong and Mark Allen of Summerside. Ricky does the training with John Davidson drives. First Glance number 4, owned by Luke Beck of Charlottetown. One of the odds stable of Orwell, trained by Devin Wallace. Paul Langelup. 5 is Hamac Charmer, owned by Doug Williams of Guelph, Ontario, trained by Kyle Williams, Corey McPherson. Rose Run X-Con number 6, owned by JD Racing Incorporated of Cornwall, trained by Nick Oakes, Norris Rogers. 4 minutes to post time. Rocky, you and I come up with our selections here in the 13th. I like the 5, Hal Mac Charmer. Gets a little class relief from racing the preferred horses, or the top class horses here at Summerside. I'll use him on top in here. 2 Doc Awesome has raced extremely well out of the McCachran barn. Just the 1 win on the season. However, he's knocked on the door all season long. I'll use 3 Braxton's Boy in the triactor and close it out for the super players with Rose Run X-Con. 5, 2, 3, 6 from the booth. Rocky, your choices.
I like the 5 as well in here. Hamac Charmer, as you mentioned, with the little class relief from racing against the preferreds in here. For second, I'll go with the 3, Braxton's Boy. Nice win in his last one for Johnny D, 156-3. Then I'll put in the 1, Watchmaker, on the rail with Mike Downey. Nice win in Woodstock and 157-2. I'll use in rail control, and then I'll chuck in the 6, Rose Run X-Con. 5-3-1-6 from the desk. Vance going 5-2-3-6. Good luck with your selections here in the 13th. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 13th race. Adding earplugs to the 1, Watchmaker in here. Watchmaker is on the rail with Mike Downey at 25-1. Doc Awesome 2 and Adam Murner at 26-1. The 3, Braxton's Boy and John Davidson at 16-1. 4 is First Glance and Paul Angel there at 23-1. The 5, Hamac Charmer on your screen right now, and Corey McPherson at 1-9. Rounding out the field is Rose Run X-Con with Norris Rogers at 21-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's backup class here on a Tuesday night. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 13th race. Field of 6 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Watchmaker, Doc Awesome, Braxton's Boy. First glance, Halmac Charmer, Rose Run X-Con. A half a dozen noses moving up to the starting gate here in the 13th. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Ruffin pacing Doc Awesome, the first one out. Halmac Charmer is second. Rose Run X-Con coming from the far outside for third. Fourth at the rail. That'll be Watchmaker. Racing from fifth is Braxton's Boy in first glance. Will trail early. Up the backstretch they go, and here comes Halmac Charmer to clear the lead. In line to Corey McPherson. Doc Awesome now with the two-hole ride. Racing third is Rose Run X-Con. All alone in fourth, that's Watchmaker. Braxton's Boy fifth on the outside six. First glance is underway. They were at the quarter in 28 seconds flat. Midway around the turn they go over the first time, approaching 3/8. They're led by Halmac Charmer. Two-hole ride is Doc Awesome. Then in third it's Rose Run X-Con. Watchmaker at the rail fourth. On the outside, first glance now fifth. And the trailer sixth. That is Braxton's Boy. They're halfway home here in the 13th. Led by Halmac Charmer and McPherson. The two-hole ride belongs to Doc Awesome. 56 and 3 was the half. Rose Run X-Con continuing third. Watchmaker fourth. Stalling fifth is first glance. Braxton's Boy, the trailer. They're going to three-quarters next. Halmac Charmer continuing to lead. Doc Awesome. Third is Rose Run X-Con. Watchmaker at the rail fourth. On the outside fifth is first glance. Braxton's Boy, the trailer. Three-quarters in the books. 1:25 and 2. They're rounding the turn for the final time now. Eighth of a mile out. Halmac Charmer. Doc Awesome off a textbook. Two-hole ride. He's ready for the stretch drive and takes over now. Doc Awesome. Here's Adam Murder with his grand slam tonight. Second is Halmac Charmer. Rose Run X-Con held third. It's Doc Awesome tonight in 1:54 and a 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 13th race. Halmac Charmer released to the front by Doc Awesome. 28 the half and 56 and 3. 1:25 and 2, and here's the stretch drive. Vance said before the race that this horse only had one win on the season, but was knocking on the door, and he knocked pretty hard tonight, and he got through with a new record, 1:54 and 1. Adam Murner in the bike for his fourth win tonight. In for second, Halmac Charmer. Rose Run X-Con is third, so it is 2, 5, 6 unofficially in the 13th race. We're going to see Doc Awesome and Adam Murner in the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner Circle next.
When you knock at the door long enough, the door opens up to the winner's circle, and that's where Doc Awesome is headed for right now, the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle here in the 13th. Doc Awesome, bay facing gelding 5 by all bets off from the McCardle Dam. Direct Mac Awesome. Darla McCachran, Alan Goody, and Mike Cameron of Summerside, bred by Steve Taylor of Kitchener, Ontario. Trained by Darla McCachran, Adam Murner enjoys his 4th win for the Grand Slam, and the horse has never been better than he just was tonight here in Summerside, pacing to a new race win record of 154 and a 1. Doc Awesome and the Murner Grand Slam in the 13th. Now the official results in the 13th, Watchmaker 4th, Doc Awesome the race winner. Braxton's Boy was 5th. First Glance 6th. Hamac Charmer finished 2nd. Rose Run Ex-Con 3rd. They went 28, 56, and 3. 125 and 2. And the mile 150, 4 and 1. In review, 415. 6-2-3. Doc Awesome 1560 to win. The exactor was 3560. The triactor 246.80, and the superfecta paid 279.31.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore, Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm Rocky Skierman, Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. 13 races in the books, just one left, folks. Brady Sweet and Ryan Drosh each with a driving double. David Dowling and Adam Murner each with 4 wins tonight. Let's talk about the Red Shores early and late Super High 5. Red Shores Racing features an early and late Super High 5 as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The Super High 5 is offered on race 5 and the last race of the program with the low 15% takeout. Customers can play the Super High 5 at Red Shore, Summerside, and Charlottetown. And we'll put the selections on the screen as they make their way out of the paddock. There's a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. I'm going to go 9-4-1. Post time picks at 4-2-9. Classifiers choices 9, 4, and 7 in the finale in 6 minutes.
14th race on Post Parade. Melody Maker number 1. Greg McGinnis of Tyne Valley owns and trains. Paul Langell catch drives. Coast to Coast Shark number 2 is owned by Shirley Wallace of Alberton, trained by Jeff Wallace, driven by Brady Sweet. Party Vibes number 3, owned by Jean LaRoche, Andre Peltetier from St. Agatha, Quebec, trained by Chris Davies, Adam Murner driving. American Risk number 4, owned by Risky Biz Group of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison, David Dowling. 5 is Almost Amos, owned by Darla McCachran of Summerside and Zoe McCachran of O'Leary, trained by Dwayne McCachran, Brody McPhee. Western Delight number 6, owned by Colin Murphy of Albany and Luke Burke from Donaldson. Luke does the training, driven by Ryan DeRage. Freeman's Legacy number 7, owned by Mackenzie Arsenault of Alberton. Jacob Sweet is the trainer-driver. Almost There Boss number 8, owned by David and John Sweet of O'Leary, trained for Ralph Sweet, and note the driver change to Kyle DeRage. Number 9 is How Mac Exclusive, owned by Leith and Leslie Wade and Jimmy Gorman, trained by Leslie Wade, Corey McPherson. 2 minutes to post time. The next card of live racing comes up Thursday night at Red Shores, Charlottetown. Post time is 6 p.m. Rocky has his super high five ticket to wrap up Tuesday night in Summerside.
Yes, Vince, there's a look at our Super High 5 tickets. I like the 9 in here. Hamac Exclusive in the back tier with Corey McPherson. For second, the 4, American Risk with David Dowling. Then I'll put the 1, Melody Maker on the rail with Paul Langell. For fourth, the 2, Coast to Coast Shark with Brady Sweet. And to round it out with the 5, Almost Amos. So I'm going 9-4-1-2-5. Vance at 4-9-2-1-6. Good luck and get in on the Super High 5. Let's have a look at the odds board for the 14th race. Finale, Melody Maker and Paul Langell at 19-1. The 2, Coast to Coast Shark and Brady Sweet at 32-1. Party Vibes 3 and Adam Murner at 55-1. The 4, American Risk, your current choice with David Dowling at 1-9. Almost Amos 5 and Brody McPhee at 19-1. The 6, Western Delight with Ryan DeRoche at 37-1. The 7 is Freeman's Legacy and Jacob Sweet at 15-1. 8, Almost There Boss with Kyle DeRoche at all 9s. And in the back tier is Hamac Exclusive with Corey McPherson at 11-1. That's the field for tonight's finale. Good luck with your plays. Countdown clock is in for the 14th race finale. Vance, a great night of harness racing. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate, a field of 9. Up to you for the call.
And we'll wrap it up here on this Tuesday night at historic Summerside with Melody Maker, Coast to Coast Shark, Party Vibes, American Risk, Almost Amos, Western Delight, Freeman's Legacy, and Almost There Boss, the trailer Hamac exclusive. Top of the stretch. Here they come. It's the Super High Five finale. Post time. The rough and pacing American Risk is the first one out. Coast to Coast Shark is second into the turn towards the rail. Melody Maker goes third, racing from fourth. As they move on around that turn to get straightened up the backstretch of the quarter, that's Party Vibes racing from fifth. In the early going is Hamac exclusive. Almost Amos in sixth. Western Delight is seventh. Freeman's Legacy eighth. And the trailer, that is Almost There Boss. Straight alignment, a field of 9 by the first quarter. It's American Risk and David Dowling out in front. 28-2 was the opener. Second is Coast to Coast Shark, Melody Maker third. Then in fourth, that's Party Vibes. Hamac exclusive is eyeing and now going to the outside in fifth to start the backfield in motion. Almost Amos following out sixth. Seventh is Western Delight. Freeman's Legacy eighth. And the trailer ninth. Almost There Boss. Halfway home in the nightcap. And American Risk, the heavy favorite at the midway point in 58-4. Around the turn they go. They're arriving at 5-8. It's American Risk, the leader. Hamac exclusive on the outside at his wheel. Third at the rail. That is Coast to Coast Shark. Almost Amos is there. Second over fourth. Fifth on the cones is Melody Maker. On the outside, six is Freeman's Legacy. 3 quarters completed. American Risk in 1:28-3. Arriving at the 7-8. American Risk about to turn for home. Second is Coast to Coast Shark. Hamac exclusive third. Almost Amos. Melody Maker closing up at the rail. They're on the wire next. Here's David Dowling. He has his own Super High Five to wrap up this program at Summerside. American Risk takes them all the way in 1:56.4.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the finale. American Risk and David Dowling go right down the road. 28-2, 58-4. 1:28-3 to 3/4, and here is the stretch drive. American Risk. Look at the rail horse. Melody Maker shoots up the inside here with Paul Angel. In the middle is Coast to Coast Shark. Fading back is a Hamac exclusive. Almost Amos there, but they're not catching American Risk. David Dowling's hot tonight. He's got 5 wins on the program. Melody Maker shoots through the inside there to get second. Up for third is the 2, Coast to Coast Shark. It's 4-1-2 unofficially in the finale. We'll see American Risk and David Dowling in the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle next.
There's American Wrist, and he's going to take David Dowling into the winner's circle for number 5 on this night in Summerside. American Wrist, Bay Pacing gelding 9 by American Ideal from the Art Major Dam Kissing Bandit, owned by Risky Biz Stable. From Truro, Nova Scotia, bred by Dale Volante Farms of New Jersey, trained by George Renison. David Dowling has his super high 5 on this Tuesday night here in Summerside, and the veteran horse American Risk has just won his 50th lifetime victory on this night in Summerside. He goes coast to coast in 156-3. American Risk, win number 50. David Dowling, super high 5 in it at Summerside. Now the official results in the 14th. Melody Maker was second. Coast to Coast Shark third. Party Vibes was 9th. American Risk, the race winner. Almost Amos fourth. Western Delight finished 8th. Freeman's Legacy was 6th. Almost Their Boss finished 7th. Hamac Exclusive was 5th. 28-2. 58-4. 128-3. And the Mild in 156-3. From the top, your program reads 239 148 675. American Risk paid $240 to win. The exactor was $840, the triactor $33.50, the late daily double was $33.80, and the super high 5 has yet to be posted. And that will wrap up our live presentation on this Tuesday night here in Summerside. Tonight's Farm Mutual handle $65,569. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Summerside Raceway, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron, bidding you a safe journey home.